Welcome in, everybody. It's me, producer Kyle, your host for Local Comic Shop Day live on the EXP. I am at Dreamers and Make Believers in Baltimore, Maryland, and I have a creme brulee donut. You don't. Unless you do, in which case, good for you, because these are awesome. We are streaming live for 24 straight hours celebrating Local Comic Shop Day. I am here until they kick me out, which I know what time that is, so I know what time I'm leaving. But we are joined by great guests and creators from all over the country and the world today, including our next guest, who is the publisher and person held responsible over at 24/7 Comics. I met this person at Comics Pro this year for the first time, and I'm very excited to get to talk to him again. Also, like, you may be watching us on 24/7 Comics Facebook or YouTube channel, so like, shout out to you guys who are joining us from there. But let me bring in our next guest. This is Carl Choi from 24/7 Comics.
Producer Kyle, what's up?
What's up, man? I'm gonna eat my donut.
I know you're donut, man. It's good to see your face. You're always behind absolutely. The scenes. You're like the voice of EXP booming overhead. So it's great to see your face, and thanks for having me this morning.
Absolutely, man. So we met at Comics Pro for the first time this past year at LA.
Oh, so cool.
So I know the answer to this question, but I want everybody else to know. Tell everybody what 24/7 Comics is.
All right, 24/7 Comics. Not only are we streaming live 24 hours today with our friends at the EXP, but we are we believe in partnership publishing. What does that mean? We actually partner with our talent, our creators, to bring you the best books possible. So Justin Jordan, Sean Chen, a lot of these guys been in the industry for 20, 30 years, and we want to give them space to tell stories they want to tell and bring you books that are authentic to what we grew up to in the 90s and 2000s. And to us, these books were stories that edgy, pushes the envelope, really focus on reading up, meaning I grew up reading comics and loving comics because it taught me something about life and culture. And I can share more about that later. But with 24/7, we are an upstart, and we want to just bring that punk rock culture back into comics. So that's what we're about.
You have a Kickstarter running right now for a book that I'm very excited about, for Evermind. But you're doing this in a very different kind of way. Explain what you're doing with Sean Chen and Daniel Wu's Evermind.
So what's been interesting was Sean and I started our journey together in the teens of 2000. And we actually met each other when we were both working in the marketing arena. I used to own a marketing agency for experiential, and then he was doing a lot of stuff for Marvel, commercials for, television and whatnot. And then we met in that context. And I grew up, just a little bit of a background why it informs what I do. We talked about today LCS as being the third place. Actually, for me growing up, it was my first place, because in my household, my parents were always out working, first generation immigrants. And my brother and I, we grew up with them dumping a bunch of video games in front of us, and we just played all day, right? And so as soon as I was old enough to get out of the house, and back then it was like 12 and 13, you could walk around the neighborhoods, and I would walk to the local comic book shop, and I literally lived there 7 days a week. I would be the guy sitting at the counter, awkwardly looking at what's happening, and then helping wherever I can around the bookstore. And they need help, right? Filing, putting stuff away, etc. One thing led to another. At 14, I got my first comic book shop's job, and I was so excited, even though they were just paying me in comics. But it was like a dream come true. And so I've always had that in my DNA. And so when I met Sean, we just started drumming up a lot of conversations about the industry. I learned so much behind the scenes, and asked him questions amongst other guys like Justin Jordan and Brian Ching, who worked on Star Wars for like a decade. What would be like the ideal situation for you guys? So we basically co-created a business model where we do upfront and cover their costs and overhead to do the work, and then on top of that, they participate in the lifetime of the IP. And so it was kind of like the best of both worlds in working for a big two and a creator owned, except they're our business partners through the life of anything they create. And so, I think it's been a crazy journey. And with Kickstarter and how that started was, truthfully, we actually started in the digital space. We were trying to create some sort of digital platform, but no one's behold, it was such a challenge and such a high barrier to entry that we kind of had to give up on that. But at that point, we had already created around 10 original IPs with different creator teams. And so we said, let's just start putting it out. And when I started talking to distributors and whatnot, and even comic book shops on what's important to them, what I've learned is having to build our audience. Because a lot of shops end up getting stuck and holding the bag when we put books in there that doesn't sell. So that's the last thing I want to do to any comic book shops. And so when we did our research, Kickstarter just seemed like the right way. So we launched our first Kickstarter campaign in fall of 2023, so a couple years ago, with Sean and Daniel. And the way that whole thing came together was because Sean had posted a picture, a sketch of a gorilla and a mech woman. And I was like, what is this all about? And then he basically said, I don't know, you want to develop something? And it turns out, he was so open to it is because about 20 years ago when he drew that, he was at a convention, and it was a sample for his commissions. This guy came up to him and said, what is this all about? And I guess he's like, I don't know, nothing. And then the guy walked away. And the artist that was next to him said, Sean, are you crazy? That was like a big executive from one of the movie studios. And so when I asked him, he didn't want to lose that chance again. So he was very welcoming, very inviting. And then we end up meeting every week for the next year, developing the story together. And then when we were creating the main title character, it was, a man that was, going into his 50s, and he was a dad. And we were talking about like who would be like a cool character if this ever turned into a movie. And we're like, yeah, let me think about that. And then one day, I was in the movie management business, so I worked with talent, and one of my former clients was Daniel Wu. And I was just at his house hanging out. And then we were chit-chatting, and we were ideating on like, okay, what kind of role would you like to play in 10 years? And a lot of the descriptive of like who he would be was so fitting for the lead character for Evermind. And so I introduced him and Sean, and so much of Daniel's personal story inspired the character. So it was a very special journey for them to come together. But ultimately, we put together Evermind 1, 2, 3 for 2023 because those were the issues that were done. And now that we're done with issues 4 through 6, we're going to offer the complete collection, which is a 6-issue arc for the complete story. And that's also how I like to do comics. I don't do any deals with creators that's more than 6 issues. I actually believe in us just, having 6-issue arc. And that's kind of how I like to read comics. I like that resolution. And that's what we're going to be offering on this Kickstarter campaign.
Awesome. And one of the things that's cool about it, and it's, we talked about this when we were setting this up. Retailers have a weird, not a weird, but they have a tenuous relationship with crowdfunding. It's hard when you have a shop that relies on selling books to have people have books sold through crowdfunding. But you guys are doing something to combat that I think is very unique and very interesting and super smart. Can you tell us how you're making something for the local comic shop that's different from what you're offering on the crowdfunding?
Well, for local comic book shop, we tend to want to build their own print run, meaning we present this at Comics Pro, and I'll give you a little bit of a backstory. Last August, we had actually was in contract with Diamond Distribution, and so we had planned out this whole year to be in comic book shops. And so we were at Comics Pro presenting our story, our journey, a lot of what I shared today. And our whole thesis was for the comic book shop, we would run their own print run and provide exclusive covers across the board. And so what happened was, I don't need to say what happened, but Diamond's, not active anymore. So we don't have direct distribution. And so, thank you to Lee Comic Shop in Long Island. Thank you to Jeremy Shore. They believed in us and still ordered some books. Carlos at Gotham Comics in Toronto. And so we had a handful of retailers that still believe and order books from us. But now we're kind of resetting the clock. And so you'll see a lot of the covers and offerings and variety of it as a preview on this Kickstarter campaign, with guys like Alan Davis, Howard Chaykin, Stephen Platt, Riccardo Federici, a lot of these guys who, from different realms are contributing to this. And we have a lot more to come. And so this next year, we are planning to come to shops with something exclusive. So we did talk about this in Comics Pro, so I could talk about it again here. we recently, well, not recently now, it's been about a year since Terry Kavanagh, who is the famous editor from Marvel Comics Presents. He was also the guy behind Clone Wars, which I know initially reception wasn't there, but through time, it's definitely made its rounds, right? Based on Spider-Verse and whatnot. And so Terry will be launching 24/7 Comics Presents / Spotlight. It's going to be a flip book where on the Present side, it's going to be our original stories. And on the Spotlight side, we're going to be reprinting some really cool books that are currently out of print. And so that will be local comic book shop exclusive. And so you cannot get those on Kickstarter. You cannot get those off crowdfunding. But when you order those, we'll also open up our catalog for exclusive local comic book shop print runs. And we're going to be very transparent about our print runs. We're going to have very limited numbers, so first come, first serve. And then, the goal is really just to create an experience within the shop that reminds me of what it was like for me growing up. And, we answer every email, every note that you guys send our way. So comic book shops, if you guys are seeing this today, feel free to just email me. My email's right there, carl@247comics.com. And I'll be, I'll jump right around. And we always have ash cans that we send out for free. So if you want to have some of our books for free, email me too. So there's been many stores that actually has taken our books for free, and we believe in our product. So if customers are into it, then I believe they'll come back for more.
Absolutely. And that's the thing that impressed me with the Sean Chen book and the stuff that you showed at Comics Pro is that the quality of the product is very strong. The creator teams are very strong. So that the books are going to sell. As you start thinking about the future of 24/7 Comics, you've got this launch, you're getting into local comic shops, you've got distribution coming forward, right? Like you've kind of got that worked out through yourselves.
We're working on it. Yeah. We have a few parties we're talking to, and we're just trying to figure it out. But really, just trying to find the best partner because it's long term, as you know.
But you're doing kind of the self-distribution thing as well, which is, if you can't beat them, do it yourself, right? You can't join them, do it yourself. So I appreciate that about it. So as you look at it, what is the future of 24/7 Comics? Where do you see yourself in a year for next local comic shop day?
The future is going to be a little different. I think we want to be a destination for stories that everyone talks about and really stories that are timeless. So, when we talk about new people coming into the hobby and they ask us like, hey, what should we read? I feel like 90% of the time you're still referencing classics like, oh, you should definitely check out, what do you like? And they say, I like Batman. Recently, I think we would say, dude, check out Absolute Batman, right? But leading up to Absolute Batman, I think we would still say, oh, you got to check out Dark Knight. Oh, you got to check out Killing Joke. Oh, man, Hush is awesome. So I feel like those classic stories that collects in a trade, I think those are the reasons of why we keep coming back. And so for 24/7 Comics, we will give you guys classic stories that are impactful and give you a reason to tell a friend to check out the books.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I was looking on the website, one of the things that I really liked is this idea of comics that are more they feel more cinematic. They feel more ready for that next phase, right? They feel almost like they're a more sussed out visual concept, right?
Oh yeah,
everything I saw looked like it could be an animated show or a movie right now. Is that something you guys think about and are cognizant of, or is that just by nature the great people you're working with?
We do think about it, and to be fully transparent, I work in the business. So I work in the business, but one of the mandates that we give our creators is do not make anything for film or TV. Make something that's best for comics. And I think why it's cinematic, why it's big, when you open the pages, you're like, whoa, is we give our creators the time they need to work on it. We basically pay on every issue delivered. And we basically say, take as much or as little time as you want. we'll cover you, and as soon as you deliver your best work, then we'll put it out. And the way we do it is we don't really launch a title until they're finished with issue 4, and so we'll do a quarterly 3 issue, which actually might change next year. We might actually move to like a monthly Kickstarter model for single issues, and then those will be exclusives to get us a baseline so we could distribute to comic book shops, with a fan base. And so that's a model that we might shift to next year. But in the meantime, we really make sure comic books from us are never late, because growing up and waiting for books in between months is like the worst experience ever. And so make sure that people experience our books in the right arcs. And the way we fail save it is at the end of issue 3, we treat it like a midpoint ending. So there's due closure for the first 3 issues, but then the second 3 issues kind of picks up where it left off and it closes out the story. And so one of the things that we're doing, for example, is New York Comic Con. We are going to be issuing alongside our partners at Vivi, which is called Evermind One Half, and it's going to be 250 copies of each. And basically, one is a cover from Sean Chen, which he's homaging from his. I don't know if you can screen share, but he homages his famous Wolverine 159 cover, and it's on the Kickstarter page itself. If you scroll down from there. And then we also have DC exclusive artist Ricardo Federici. Shout out to his rep Fletch, who basically used up one of his 3 DC, exclusive releases for us. So I really appreciate it, and he painted a special cover for it. So we're really excited for people to just hold these books in hand. We really believe in quality. Oh, Stephen Platt right there. And so the top one, there we go. If you guys remember Sean Chen's most famous Wolverine cover, this will be the cover for Evermind One Half, as well as Evermind number 4.
So, guys, link to this Kickstarter page is going to be in the comments momentarily when I hit go. But it will also be over on the explive.com. If you scroll down to the bottom here in just a little bit, it will be on our links mentioned page. So you can go check it out there, and you can get notified on pre-launch. You can get notified on launch. We're in the pre-launch phase here, so you get notified when this goes live, so that you can back Evermind from Sean Chen and Daniel Wu. So very cool.
And here's Alan Davis, legendary Excalibur artist. Alan Davis, he blessed us with a cover as well. So we are just psyched, man, on what's going to happen. I mean, if you're a fan of K-pop Demon Hunters, we have a K-pop Demon Hunters exclusive coming from Brianne Anden. And so, man, I'm just so stoked and psyched about this. Daniel Wu and Sean Chen will be at New York Comic Con. If you guys don't know Daniel Wu, he had his old show on AMC called Into the Badlands, which was this kind of cyberpunk post-apocalyptic show. Awesome show, way ahead of its time. I feel like if it came out now, it would be like the craziest show that people has ever seen.
Well, I was going to mention that. Like, Daniel is somebody whose name I've known since Into the Badlands, and that show never got the credit it deserved. So I agree. I'm very excited to see what he does in comics.
Yeah, I think it was a weird, awkward time too, because they decided to put it after Walking Dead every week, and I don't know if that's the best positioning. I feel like if it was before, it would probably work better, but who knows? I think it was just ahead of its time. I just feel like now it was like it's a great show where a lot of us, comic book fans, we all know about it, and so, Daniel has that legacy that he's now bringing to this, and he's not an action hero in this in any way, but you actually really get to see how his life story plays out in an alternate universe. That's kind of what Sean calls it, because Daniel has a really cool story where, it's very heartwarming too, because he was a huge, he still is a big star in the East. And he basically made a decision when he had his daughter to come back to the States and raise his daughter. And then his father's failing health also kept him here. And so he kind of gave up on a lot of fame and fortune to give back to his family, to like raise his family. And so Sean was very inspired by that. And so Evermind is a what if story. What if he didn't do that and he just pursued his ambitions instead? And so it's really cool, and it shows this diaspora between father and daughter that is a struggle in the story, but somehow there is some redemption that is done through his self-sacrifice. So it's really meaningful. And Sean is known for his big run on Iron Man. His first comic, Ryan the Future Force, sold like 900,000 copies. And so he really is putting his all into this, man. And I'm excited for you guys to see it and read it.
Very excited about that. Very excited about that. So let's pivot a little bit back to local comic shop day, because I'm asking everyone, and you kind of told it already, but give us your origin story. How did you come into becoming what you are now in comics?
Yeah, so I came to America. I was 8 years old, and I didn't know the culture. I didn't know the language. I am heavily dyslexic as well as ADD. So it was hard to sit in school. I was placed in special education through second and third grade, and I didn't belong anywhere. But one weekend, my cousins came over and he brought over a stack of comics. And I still remember, I don't know why we did this, but we had a stack of comics and we said, all right, let's do pick and choose who gets to collect what. And I remember he got to pick first, so he picked Spider-Man. I saw Wolverine, so I picked Wolverine. Then he picked Fantastic Four. Then I picked X-Men. And so it's funny because like Spider-Man and Fantastic Four, I don't know those stories at all because I always depended on him to read those books and report back to me, and vice versa, X-Men and Wolverine, etc. And so when I wanted more on my own time, I asked my mom to take me to a comic book shop, and it was an instant addiction. And so I went to a shop called Monster Cellar in Torrance, where we grew up. And I still remember like going in, and the shop owner will never look you in the eye. And he also loved toys. And so it's funny, when I saw the interview before this, he was saying how like the comic book shop owner would just ignore him or like blow him off. I didn't give up. I actually remember in a way kind of feeling bad for him, and I started showing up every day, and I would just bug him and talk to him, and he would just give me these short answers, but I would just be like, so what's this, how does this work, what's this? I was so annoying thinking back, but he finally broke and we became friends, and I would start helping him around the shop. And then it was just hard because his shop wasn't able to grow through the 90s because I think he was just so into toys. Comics was like a secondary thing, but was what really financed the business. And then a shop around town opened up called Wall to Wall Comics, and it was by Marty and Glenn. And Glenn was the vintage guy, and then Marty was the new comics guy. And I really spent a lot of time with Marty and helped him. He mentored me, and that was my first official job. And then obviously the 90s were great, and I got to read everything. It was a place where I actually was able to learn English. I actually learned to speak and read and write English through comic books. And then my mother loved it because I actually have friends now. And so I was able to run around my comics, connect with other folks who are in the community. And what I didn't know, though, was because I read all the preview catalogs, a lot of customers will always go, hey, is Carl here today? And I'll be back there, filing stuff, and they'll come and have conversations with me. And they'll basically ask me like, oh, what's coming? And I would just, I didn't know. I would just answer them, oh, this is coming. The first appearance of this is coming. Oh, here's what's happening with this book. And then when I realized throughout the 90s, as prices were like soaring, these guys were using me as like a speculator genie machine. And so I would tell them like, Devil Superman is coming out this and this is going to happen. And so it was really funny. And I actually loved it. I didn't hate it, but it was definitely my role in the community, and I loved it. What's up, Southern Comic Geek?
Jason's what's up, Southern Comic Geek, who's coming to us over from 24/7 Comics channel, as well as we had Sleepin Comics. Sleepin. So, do you have a local comic shop now, and who is it?
I do. For years, again, thanks to my friend Fletch, he introduced me to George over at the Comics Factory. And, God bless them. Rest in peace, Comics Factory. Last year, they celebrated their 31st anniversary and also then decided to wrap it up. And, in parallel, there's a shop I always go to. It's Comics Paradise with Ed. And so, but it was always a little further from me. He has 3 stores, but they're all a little further. And so around the year after pandemic, a store opened up locally in Glassell Park called Revenge of. And Joe and his partners actually came from the movie industry. So we have a lot of stuff to chat about. And they're production designers. And I guess during the pandemic, they decided to take one of their warehouses and turn it into a shop. And I don't know if you got a chance to go to the Bad Idea party as part of the comic shop tour, but I love this shop. I actually filmed a little tour for you guys that you could play after I'm gone. Or you and you know, it was a tour that I wanted to give because it's such a special shop. You walk in, it's like a bookstore / comic book shop, has collectibles placement in the coolest way. It kind of reminds me of like the mall shops growing up, where you walk in, there's all kinds of stuff, but organized really strategically. And then when you go through one of the hallways, you turn and it's a freaking pinball machine arcade. And then when you go deeper, it's like a kind of a cafe style bar, and what they're serving is Magic the Gathering cards. And so you could then go and play with your friends, and their back issues are set up in a really cool way. So it just makes it fun to shop for back issues. And then recently they expanded a shop next door as a coffee shop with these giant tables and plugs, so you could play games. And that shop is called And Destroy. And so why I go back is because I love the energy that's there. When you go in there, there's always like music going on. When you come in, you know, the people that work there are really young and just truly love comics. They're reading books. We're talking about comics again. And then when you're in there, it's also like a hangout spot, because even if your friends aren't there, just go play some pinball and you'll probably run into somebody in a few minutes. And then their hours are awesome. They open from 10 to 10. So I don't know how many shops, you know, really has those kind of hours. I feel like a lot of shops for a while was closing a little bit earlier. And then, you know, now I think the cafe opens even a little later. So yeah, I think it's the comic shop of the future. And it's a gathering place where locals also do a lot of birthday parties there for kids on like Sundays and stuff, on Saturdays. I just feel like it's the comic book shop of the future. And I really encourage folks who are in LCSs to just build more amenities, because I feel like it would pay off. You know, coffee, drinks, food.
Should we watch the 1 minute trailer Revenge of sent us for today?
Yeah, go for it. I mean, did they send a trailer too?
Yeah. Oh, they sent us all kinds of great stuff. So.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Glassell Park representing is where I live.
We watched a 4 minute documentary they sent us earlier in the day that we'll probably show again. Yeah, those guys are great.
Oh my God, send me a link to that. I want to check it out. I mean, yeah. I know we're also short on time, and you know, I left you also a video that you could download and share later. But you know, I want to give some recommendations on good reasons into shops. And so I basically number one, Transformers. This is issue 24, the last issue that Daniel Warren Johnson is writing, and I'm excited to see how he closes it out. I got it last week, so it's a little late, but you know, another reason, this Marvel DC crossover, Deadpool, Batman. I haven't jumped into the stories yet, but it was cool. I understand why there's so many variant covers, because there's a lot of short stories. Our friends over at Ignition Press, Philippe, Murder Podcast. I'm super excited to jump into this. As we all know, he was one of the executives over at Boom. And then this one I'm super excited about, because Predator kills the Marvel. What? I haven't. But some of the favorite books I recommend to people today was Predator versus Spider-Man and Predator versus Wolverine. Those are so good. So I think this is going to be very consistent. So just got to shout out Buddy Ben, Ultimate Hawkeye, him and Taboo. It's coming out of this. I haven't read it yet, but I'm super curious.
Well, that's one of our local comic shop day books.
Oh, great. Awesome.
Hawkeye, absolutely.
Yeah, no, that's a great book. And then, I love these blind bags. I'm going to open these live on 24/7 Comics HQ on YouTube soon because, I don't know, I just feel like there's like a rejuvenation of what, comics can be. But even furthermore, I think we all need to go and play some Magic the Gathering. So Spider-Man crossover of Magic is out right now. So I'm going to open these in our channel as well. And I'm going to close out, last but not least, super sad to say, but I had a chance to publish this, but I didn't because I didn't have the distribution. So Jesse ran this by me a few years back, and I loved it, but we just didn't have our distribution in place. And he ended up publishing this through, I don't know, Dark Horse maybe? I don't remember. But anyways, Drone, check it out. Definitely read this. I love this. There's no words. It's all visuals, and I think it's a masterpiece. So
yeah, no, Drome is really cool.
Drome is so good. So yeah, it's Lonergan. Check him out if you haven't seen his art. Those are all my recommendation and all the reasons you should go to comic book shops. And next year, I'm going to show all our books. And
there you go. There you go.
Gonna go.
But let's we got just a couple more minutes here, which is fab. So we're on no recommendations for a 24/7 comic. We're getting there, Southern Comic Geek.
We'll get there.
We're getting there. We did that at the top, but we're gonna do it again. We are in a lot of comic shops today. We're on the TVs in stores. So we've got a lot of shop owners and a lot of fans who are hearing us. Give everybody the one time on 24/7 and especially Evermind.
Yeah, I'll do that. 24/7 Comics, we are partners, we are creators, and we're here to bring you the best of their work. That's one of the mandates. 6-issue arcs, and it closes out. Put their best work and best foot forward and take their time. And so Evermind is a co-creation project between Sean Chen, artist behind Wolverine, Iron Man, and Daniel Wu, who is the actor from Into the Badlands and the producer himself. He was also in Westworld. And, you love, Jurassic World, Jurassic Park. If you love Westworld, this is for you. It's about a ambitious scientist who is going out to create this new technology. And it's very relevant to our times today, where what if you could live forever? What if you could transfer your consciousness into an android? And so, of course, you have to get financing somewhere. So this scientist, Lucas Zhang, goes and get finances from the American military and also from the American amusement park industries. And when those two worlds collide, that's where ish hits the fan, especially between him and his daughter, who's been estranged because she's committed her life to be a rebel against all things unethical, against technology, use of technology. And so it's a really fun story. I think, to me, and actually a few other people have said, you'll see quotes from guys like Terry Kavanaugh, covers like Howard Chaykin, as well as Alan Davis giving quotes. This is Sean Chen's magnum opus. It's the 3-4 days per page. He's really put a lot of time and effort into this story and art. So please give it a shot. If you get a chance, there's a link below to our Kickstarter pre-launch page. Every notify me on launch click matters. So if you just take a moment, click notify me on launch, with a bunch of day one exclusives. So you'll be notified right away when we launch. And appreciate you telling a friend. And thanks for having me today, Kyle. And shout out to EXP, Nikki B, Jen, everyone that's involved. You guys rock.
So last things most important. If there are retailers who hopefully are so busy taking money that they can't actually pay attention but are subliminally hearing this, pitch them 24/7. Tell them why they need to make room on the shelf for 24/7 comics.
We'll give you a good reason at Comics Pro next year, but in the meantime, email me. Let's get to know each other. I want to know how to help you guys. The last thing I want to do is add and be a burden. And so if we could be helpful in any way, even sending you guys some free comics, free samples for people to read and just get feedback on, let us know. So my email address is carl@247comics.com. I respond very quickly all the time. I'm always checking my phone. And so if you have something to say, you have some ideas, you want to read some free comics, I can send you digital links to all of them. I can send you physical books to share with your customers. Let's build a relationship. I think we're all in this together. And at 24/7 Comics, we're not here for 1 or 2, 3 years. Our business plan is a 5, 10, 20-year business plan. And so we're here to stay. So thank you for having, yes, as a Sun Comic Geek says, BlackBerry is my jam. I never leave home without it.
If you still have a BlackBerry, I'm even more impressed.
I don't, but I want to. Don't get me wrong. The spirit of BlackBerry is on my iPhone. I tried going back with the latest one. It just was not it, unfortunately. But if they come back, I'd be with a iOS version of BlackBerry. I'll be the first in line to get it. So there you go.
Absolutely. Everybody, thank you to Carl Choi for joining us from 24/7 Comics. Be on the lookout for 24/7 Comics in the future in your local comic shop. Check out Evermind over on Kickstarter. And you never know what you're going to find when you come to one of these shows with me here on Local Comic Shop Day or here on the EXP. We're always doing cool stuff. We're always meeting cool people. So here's what we're going to do.
Thank you, Kyle.
We're going to take a break. Absolutely, Carl. We are going to take a quick break, and we are going to show another video from Revenge of, because I like those guys so much, and Carl did such a good job of plugging them. So we're going to show another spot for them. And then take a look at some other local comic shops around the area or around the country. And then we're going to jump out to AA Comics and my friend Paul, who hopefully by then his guest will have arrived and we could talk to, we could see his store and talk to his guest about, fish people. But that's a J problem.
My name is Melissa Chan.
And my name is Badu Tong.
And we are the creators behind You Must Take Part in Revolution, a graphic novel, a work of fiction about 3 young people in the near future as they make tough choices in their fight for freedom and as they learn about the costs of resistance.
I am a fine artist, cartoonist, exhibiting in the galleries and using street art as a form. But this is my first time to actually trying sequential art in the form of graphic novel. It has been an excellent experience.
I'm an Emmy-nominated journalist and have been a reporter my entire adult working life, mostly working internationally in Asia, particularly China, and also tough places like North Korea, Moscow, and Havana.
As an artist and activist, human rights is always the central subject in my creation. I value the social movement and protest. That is why I use my art to join the Hong Kong protest in 2019. I'm also an artist harvesting all the possible platforms, including the online social media and traditional media platforms, like the one that I've been featured for CBS 60 Minutes. It's all about being fearless.
I've spent a lot of time reporting in authoritarian states, and I realized I wanted to write about it in a different way. I see fiction as a powerful, accessible medium to reach new audiences. And at some point I was back home in the US and realized how much the country had changed in the years I'd been away, this authoritarian creep.
This has been a very collaborative process, from the plot to the world building to the characters to the art. It has been an amazing journey for us. I hope you like the book, love the characters.
At Utopia Toys and Models, we're more than just a collectible store. We're a community of anime watchers, model builders, horror fanatics, manga readers, convention goers, and more. We enjoy the little things, and the best part of our day is seeing our people. Experience collecting the way it should be at Utopia Toys and Models, Knoxville's premier collectible toy store, located off Cedar Bluff in West Knoxville. Visit utopiatmknox.com for directions and more information.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Local Comic Shop Day live on the EXP. I am live at Dreamers and Make Believers in Baltimore, and I am halfway through my first cup of coffee, and my heart hasn't yet exploded, which is a good sign. We're going to go out, we're going to do a drop into a local comic shop for about 15 minutes, and I'm going to set this one up a little different than I'm going to set up a lot of them. The owner of this next shop is a very good friend of mine, and I only met him through through Comics Pro. I only ever see him at Comics Pro, but every time we see each other, we hang out, we get along like a house on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome in Paul from AA Comics.
Hey, Kyle, how are you?
Hey, not bad, man.
I know you got to be going nuts with all of this, right?
I got some help, but I've got a lot of windows open. I'm doing a lot of clicking. I'm doing a lot of texting. It's getting a lot of crazy, but again, I have good coffee, so that's always a win.
That is very important. I bought a magical coffee machine this year. It's like Dr. Strange. I press a button, coffee comes out. It grinds the beans. It French presses. It's amazing. Yeah, so I understand.
Nice.
Real quick, this is a story. This is just you and me. Judy from Bank. Mm-hmm. I ran into her the day after our epic karaoke night at Todd's club, and I was telling her the story about, I only got in at 3, and I said I went to Kyle and I saw him sitting there, and I said, what time did it end? And he went like this, and Judy goes, that is the best impersonation of Kyle I have ever seen.
Yeah, we won't make that
We
mistake
gotta get
again.
you something to eat because she's always looking out for everybody else.
It's
So,
true.
yeah.
No, we won't make that mistake again. But if it was a mistake, we'll figure that out. Anyway,
No, it was a
so
blast.
local comic shop day, Paul. Let's start here. I know you've got a guest in your store, and we're excited to talk to him. Have you talked to him? But let's give us a look around the shop, man.
Sure. We just had a parade of motorcycles that were very loud. So hopefully that won't happen while I speak. I'll try to get out front. It's kind of hard holding the laptop and doing all this. As you can see, I got a lot going on back here. All right. So we are downtown Lebanon, Pennsylvania, which is central PA. We're very close to Hershey, so we do see a lot of people that are very chocolated out. And basically, when you come in, you see lots and lots of comics and stuff. So we have everything. We have my buddy Superman right here with all our DC stuff. We carry many of the other things. We have toys, pops, other types of collectibles. We have our new release wall that, of course, changes every week. So this is all the stuff that came out just this week. We have a lot of other wall books. As you can see, we are definitely ready for our guest Joe with a lot of our Zenoscope books, but we also have our display case down here, which will have I'm trying to get this to work.
Looks good to me.
Silver Age and others. So and then of course our big part, since we are AA Comics and cards, is we have cards and lots of them, and usually we're one of the few stores that will have Pokemon because everything is selling out on Pokemon so quickly nowadays. And then we still have more to go to in the back. A lot of people don't make it this far a lot. And then we have a back area here where there's already customers looking for back issue deals that we have going on today. And like I said, quite a bit more. And then also we have a very large board game selection. So we like to say we are pretty much a one-stop shopping for all things that are, pop culture. I don't like to use the word geek or nerd too much. It seems, but yeah. So as you can see, we have the president of. All right, so Joe, I got to ask, because I hear this different ways.
Zenoscope. Not Zenoscope.
Not Zenoscope. A lot of people say Zenoscope, but it is Zenoscope, which is usually how I say it, just for the record. Just because we're good buds.
Right.
So yeah, but he's here and he's bringing some. Yeah.
There you go. The Bunny Man we're selling. We got some freebies.
So he's got handouts today that are pretty much stuff he wrote.
Yep.
And I think
hand is to you, so we'll do this.
Okay. All right. So
notes on the fly here.
The other producer here, Jay, is a huge Zenoscope fan. But I gotta ask, you gotta ask Joe for me. Can we get more fish people?
Can we get
fish people?
Can we get more fish people? More Lovecraftian characters?
Yes, we will.
Just because it'll make Jay itch, our other producer. He loves Zenoscope, but he's like, I can't. Cthulhu freaks him out.
So he doesn't want the fish people, but you want them.
Well, no, he wants more. I want more Zenoscope so that Jay can get over his fear of Cthulhu.
Oh, okay, good. I got it. It's like a coping mechanism. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have some next year for sure.
Fantastic. You guys, Paul, go ahead and if you want to interview Joe a little bit, I'm happy to sit here and let you do that work because you're his friend. And
right. One thing I will say about Cthulhu and coping mechanisms in this is next month we are having a Monster Hunt promo on our website, and one of the monsters that you have to hunt, we're giving out stickers, is a deep one fish person. So he could go out and hunt one and kill it, and you get special prizes if you complete the monster hunt. So That'll start like October 6th.
Yeah, he's screaming in my ear right now.
Yes, you can kill the deep ones, and you'll get over your fear.
Okay, so Joe, I guess
Yes.
for anybody who wouldn't know Zenescope, because you are still a smaller publisher,
Sure.
but how long have we been doing this?
20 years. So this summer was our 20th anniversary. We're probably one of the longest independent publishers out there. Maybe the longest. I'm trying to think. I mean, guys like a lot of the image guys don't really publish anymore, but 20 years, yeah. So
Yeah,
it's been
so
a long, great run.
that's quite an accomplishment to do it on a very, what would you call a lot of your books niche?
I don't know. I don't know if they found the mainstream audience as much as we like to, but we do a lot of obviously horror, fantasy, sci-fi. It's not superhero books for the most part. So yes, I guess it would be in the comic space. It would be niche for sure.
But there is a couple like Belle and they're kind of superhero
fantasy. Yeah, definitely fantasy. And there are some superhero elements.
And when you, I guess when you started out 20 years ago, did you expect for this to keep going and grow like it has?
I hoped it would. I think the kind of the reason for starting the company was to get into movies and TV. So that hasn't happened yet.
There is the Van Helsing.
We have the Van Helsing TV show, yeah, and we've had tons and tons of properties optioned and in the development stage. We have something that's a horror movie right now that's in development stage, but we kind of thought we'd be making movies, not comics always, but more movies too. So I don't know, it's evolved, but it's been great. It's I don't know that I thought a day ahead, let alone 20 years ahead. So when we first started.
Well, and that is definitely one of the things that I see with a lot of independent publishers. I work closely with a lot of them because I have quite a large selection of independent books. The getting things property, all the IP stuff, seems to be, it just ends up in development hell.
Definitely.
Joe Pruitt from Aftershock would always say that. And he goes, well, it's stuck in development hell.
It
and it seems
is.
Everything gets optioned and then goes right to, we'll sit on it. So today we do have a few exciting things because the new big release this week was
Grim 100. Grim 100. Yeah, Grim Fairy Tales 100, Volume 2 of that series. Again, I think it's probably the longest running independent comic out there right now. We're at 225 issues overall between the two volumes, so pretty big milestone.
And then anything exciting coming up for Zenescope?
We have a lot of exciting stuff coming up. I mean, we're rebooting the Grim Fairy Tales universe, so another #1 issue will be out at the beginning of January next year. The whole entire Grim universe has been destroyed, so that's a complete reboot, and a lot of changes, a lot of new exciting stuff. But the biggest one will be Grim Fairy Tales #1. We're really focusing a little bit more on horror for next year, so that's the stuff that people should be looking for.
So this is volume
3. Yeah, volume 3.
Volume 3.
Yeah.
And only 20 years. Because Grimm was the first one, right?
Yes. Grim Fairy Tales was our #1, came out 20 years ago. Yeah.
Well, right now DC's saying, well, this is only the 4th Batman #1 that we've come out with, which when you get to, Marvel, where every couple years we seem to have a relaunch and start them back up again.
Yeah.
One of the things that I always see with you guys that never ceases to amaze me is when you're doing shows and you have a lot of your stuff out and you have a lot of exclusives, and you guys have really shifted a lot of things over to Kickstarter.
Yeah.
Also, so how successful, how important is that right now?
Well, without getting too deeply into everything that's happened with Diamond and the distribution model of comics, Kickstarter's been really big for us. And right now we're without a primary distributor in the United States. So how do we get our books out there? How do we get them to fans? How do we get them even to retailers sometimes? So Kickstarter has been an option. So it's worked out really well for us. And we'll keep doing it. We'll see how it goes for next year. And hopefully we have signed on with Universal distribution for Canada. So they're planning on being in the United States, hopefully before the end of the year or early next year, and they'll continue to carry our stuff. And that's where we're kind of waiting.
Department of Truth, the small people.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's exciting, and I have been actually working pretty closely with Universal and Alliance right now. We are getting our DC books, and I will give you a full report, sir.
Oh, great. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
you will.
you'll be very happy to hear this. So I think this will be a great step. What I believe is hopefully going to be in the right direction for comic distribution. One of the things that you and I have talked about too lately is you are really focusing on a lot of things for having a presence in smaller locations, like some of the smaller shows, doing a lot more store appearances. This is your second one here this year, which before that it was 8 years ago. So you're definitely doing a lot more, and you're kind of spreading out in some of the other areas too. How far out are you guys going?
I mean, we'll travel, 2 to 3 hours, I guess. Hopefully, as we start to, for in stores. I mean, conventions we do all over the country, obviously. And one of the things we used to do in the past, and hopefully we'll get back to doing, is if we do a convention in Ohio or wherever, try and get out to the stores the day before that are in that area and do an appearance. Events like today and Free Comic Book Day are great opportunities to get out and see fans and just push it to the average comic book reader. So as much as we can do that, we'd love to continue to do it. So this is great. Thanks for having me today.
Absolutely, always a pleasure. We always as we see people here excited. We have some very excited people when Zenescope shows, and now we can correct all of them, saying this is how you have to say it, not the other way. So if somebody is really new and they see stuff, because we're now doing great promotions with the $10 trades and the packs and stuff, what somebody new into it, what would you say? Hey, how to get into the universe?
I mean, I think a lot of our graphic novels are standalone stories, and Tales of Terrors. If you're into horror, Tales of Terror is perfect because almost every story in that series is standalone. It goes back to like Tales from the Crypt, Tales from the Dark Side, so it's easy to get in, and it does have one of our universe characters. Kara's is in that, so she branches off into other stories. But I think you can pick up a lot of our stuff without too much trouble and understand what's going on and get into the universe. And then it's just a matter of how branches off. It's been the Grim Fairy Tales universe, but like I said, it's been destroyed now with this Father Time War that we're finishing up in Grim Fairy Tales 100. So now it's a reboot, and it's the Zenescope universe going forward. So not as much Grim Fairy Tales; those characters still exist. But again, I think to answer your initial question, if you pick up one of our graphic novels, you're not going to be lost.
Cool. Because there's at 20 years. There's a lot.
It's hard for me to keep track.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. And you have definitely a lot of different creative teams. We've had the wonderful artist Anthony Fay in there a few times. He's also a good friend of mine. I bought a lot of his artwork, which is fabulous. So that's definitely one of the things that is very appealing to a lot of the Zenescope fans is the artwork.
Anthony Fay met his wife at Zenescope, met his current wife, so they got married, and they're a Zenescope couple. We have about 3 or 4 of them. So,
well, that's cool. Keep that in the family,
and
that's one of the great things about comics and a lot of people. This is the one commonality that everybody can attach to and get along with. It doesn't matter about what anything else is going on, but we can talk about Superman, we can talk about Spider-Man, we can talk about a lot of these other characters, or a cool horror book, or anything else that's going on.
Sure. Agreed.
All right. I think we're getting ready on time, Kyle.
Yeah, we're about done. We're about up on time, but we got to cover the important stuff. Where can people follow Zenescope and Joe Bruscia on the internet, find out more about what they're doing? And where can people follow Paul and AA Comics and Cards on the internet and follow what they're doing?
All right. So, Joe,
Zenescope.com, our Zenescope Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. We're on all the major social platforms. I don't really do social media, so I don't even know. I go to Zenescope.com.
Yeah, I think it's all.
But yeah, it's all, and you can follow us. You can get our newsletter there. If you sign up, you get a free book. So all that information is all there.
And for AA Comics and Cards, one of the things that we're going to be featuring is next week. It was supposed to be out this week, but next week we will have our own exclusive Department of Truth Zero cover drawn by Joseph Schmalke of 7 Years of Darkness fame. It's a fantastic cover. So we are taking pre-orders for that right now. And of course, we can be followed on our Facebook page, AA Comics and Cards. Also, if you just type in the web address aacomicsandcards.com, that will bring you here too.
Fantastic. Thank you, Joe, for being here. I've never met you in person, but I've been reading Joe Bruscia Zenoscope for a real long time.
Great, thank you.
In fact,
is it Bruscia or Bruscia?
It's Bruscia, but I'm going to let that one go.
Okay.
Zenoscope, if you say Zenoscope, we get really angry and violent. If you say Bruscia, I don't really care.
Well, see, I'm going to put that one on somebody who used to work for you, Dan Wickline, for never correcting me.
Wickline, he knows how to say my name.
I know, but he never corrected me. So I'm going to put that on him because he's in the comments, I'm
I'll
sure.
hunt him down and get him.
So Kyle, this has been a very much a learning experience.
Yeah,
today.
absolutely.
Like English class, pronunciation.
Yeah, absolutely. But I found my first ever Zenoscope exclusive from Mid-Ohio Comic-Con years ago, just cleaning out a long box the other day, and I was like, I got to frame that and put that up. Anyway, so it was great to have you guys here. Paul, I will see you in February. I guarantee it.
Baltimore?
I'll be at Baltimore. If you're coming, I'll see you at Baltimore.
I'll hunt you down. I'll come down.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be at Baltimore.
Remember,
we're not doing that, but I will text you. I will email you. We will talk. We're going to do some stuff. But
cool.
I will see everybody. I will see everybody later on down the road over there, guys. We are going to check out some videos from some of our other great stores that have sent us videos, some other publishers that have sent us videos, and hopefully very soon. Well, definitely very soon we'll be talking to Trish Forstner, who, as you can see, is drawing live at the moment here at Dreamers and Make Believers. While we're here in the shop today. There we go. Sorry, something was making me itchy. But we are live here at Dreamers and Make Believers today in Baltimore. We will be back hopefully very shortly with Michael Torma from Oni Press to talk about Oni Press. I don't know what else we would have Torma talk about. That'd be weird. We'll be right back.
Hey, welcome to Beyond Comics.
Beyond Comics, your safe haven in the zombie apocalypse.
Woo, more customers.
I like being a zombie and it still locks.
It's usually boring being a zombie. Not today. Beyond Comics. We're having a lot of fun out here. My name's Robert, and I'm a zombie.
I survived 2.5 weeks and I just couldn't take it anymore. They got me just before this commercial.
Beyond Comics in Frederick, Maryland. Your haven in the zombie apocalypse.
Sweet.
All right, guys. We need quiet.
I'm here at 4 Star Studios in Chicago to unveil our free comic book day plans for this year. Let's listen to see if we can hear anything happening inside. Tim Seeley, creator of Images Revival, how did this all come about?
This is so creepy. We were asked by challengers to come up with a good free comic book day book, and we decided we wanted to make something that we'd all have fun making. And for us, the most fun is all jamming on something together and then borrowing a bunch of characters that we don't own.
Who else did you get to use?
Well, a bunch of our buddies' characters included Mike Mignola's Hellboy, and Eric Larson's Savage Dragon, and the Toxic Avenger from Trauma, and the Wretch, and all of Phil Hester's characters from Mythic, and Fire Breather, and we got to use Molly Danger. Man, the list goes on. But yeah, basically, people in comics are really nice, and they let us borrow a bunch of their characters.
That's awesome. Ryan Brown, creator of God Hates Astronauts and Image Comics professional. What?
Sorry, go ahead.
What the hell is that?
I'm not really sure. Challengers asked us to draw something, so I just started drawing, and I don't know. Someone's gonna write a script, I guess, at some point.
Luke Smarto, you're the creator of Roberto Phantasma. What is a Roberto Phantasma?
I don't know, because he only speaks Italian, and I don't understand or speak Italian.
But he's the main focus of your portion of this book.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's a noir, 1940s noir detective who's probably a ghost.
Mike Norton, you've been the most eager and vocal participant in this entire process. Mike? Mike? So there you go. That's it. Our big announcement for Free Comic Book Day 2016. That's all the information. Hope to see you at Challengers.
Wait. That's the whole announcement. Like, that's all of your information?
Yeah, I just told them everything.
No, you didn't say what it is. Like, you talked to a bunch of cool creators, and you seemed really excited.
Sure.
But you didn't say what you're excited about. Like,
I didn't?
What is this all for?
Oh, we're making our own Free Comic Day comic for Free Comic Day, written and drawn by Tim Seeley, Mike Norton, Ryan Brown, and Luke Smarto.
Wow.
It's called 3D Cowboys Cosmic Convict Challengers.
Wow.
And it's only available on Free Comic Book Day and only available at Challengers.
Wow. Man,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to be here for that.
Right?
No, I meant like I'm gonna have to be here for that. Like, I'm one of the owners. It's kind of
yeah, sure.
mandatory that I be here.
It makes sense.
But if I wasn't one of the owners of Challengers, I would think about possibly showing up. See if I managed to stay in frame that time.
Once upon a time, long before your grandmother's grandmother was born, a poor broom maker and his wife lived on the edge of a great dark forest with his 2 children, Hansel and Gretel. But things in the forest were not quite as they seemed. There was a witch with a bag of children and a house made of the most irresistible candy. How could 2 hungry children resist such a delicious temptation? Come along now. I'll tell you the story. We'll find out together. Hansel and Gretel, for readers of all ages, available wherever books are sold.
Welcome back, everybody, to Local Comic Shop Day live on the EXP. I am producer Kyle. Jay is in the back, probably asleep. But we are coming to you live from Dreamers and Make Believers in Baltimore, Maryland, where we have our friend Sam and Miranda, Man in the Coffee Bar. We've got Trish Forstner live. She's here drawing. I can't hold on. Let's see if I can make this work. What are we drawing? That is a Batman blank. Oh, there you go. I don't know if you can buy that or not, but we'll find out in a little bit. Somebody can buy that. If you're in the chat and you want to buy that from Trish, let me know, and we'll make that happen for you. But we are here at Dreamers and Make Believers, hanging out in Baltimore, Maryland. And as is always the case with live television, if something can go wrong, it will. And Torma is stuck in traffic. So Torma will be here momentarily. He could literally walk in at any moment because he told me he would be here by 12:41, and it is now 12:42, which means he's late, and I'm going to give him a demerit like it's high school. He's parking. But he will be coming, and then following Torma, we are going to head down to Neighborhood Comics in Savannah, Georgia, and visit with Lee Heidel in the shop there. And then we're going to come back here, and we're going to talk to Trish. And guess what? We have a special surprise previously unannounced because I just worked it out, a few hours ago. Feral co-creator Tone Rodriguez will be joining us as well for that segment. So that'll be super fun. And then we'll talk to Sam and Miranda about their Eisner-nominated comic shop, Dreamers and Make Believers, the place that I think I've spent as much time in since I've been here in Baltimore as I have my own home. So let's do that. But in the meantime, I'm going to show you guys another real quick little trailer here while we wait for Torma to come in and catch his breath from driving like a madman. So we will be right back.
Life, death, love, and war. Discover unforgettable stories in the pages of the world's greatest comics. From epic battles in the farthest reaches of the galaxy to intimate dramas unfolding next door. Comics give us in-depth stories and characters unmatched in TV and movies. Brand new comic books and graphic novels are released weekly, from the best sellers to the critically acclaimed. Order yours today at impulsecreations.com.
Welcome back in, everybody. We are live at Dreamers and Make Believers in Baltimore, and I am joined by the only person in comics with a better beard than me, Michael Torma.
How's it going? Thank you for having me. You might have heard and seen me on another broadcast a little earlier, and now I'm at Dreamers and Make Believers in Baltimore, Maryland. That's right. How are we doing out there? How's everyone feeling? Thank you for having me on, Kyle.
Can everybody hear the Torma?
Can you hear me?
Because I'm adjusting this live on the fly. This is live television, everybody. Can everybody hear
live? Hello.
All right. So Torma's other job, other than appearing on the EXP on occasion and having a great beard, is that he is he's in charge of direct market sales, as far as I'm concerned, for Oni Press. I don't know what your title is anymore.
My title is Senior Sales Manager, which is a fancy way of saying I talk to comic book shops. I'm here to listen to comic book shops. I've worked in, Third Eye for 15 years. I've moved many a long box, fixed many a shelf, sold many a comic. I've done every job that you can think of in a comic book shop. except backflips. I couldn't quite get the backflips down, but other than that, yeah, that's what I'm here for.
Well, if we're doing backflips, we're probably dropping books.
Probably dropping a few books. Yeah.
So, everybody, we've got Torma for about 15 minutes. Text in 419-855-2530 your questions for Torma about Oni Press.
Yeah.
And we will ask him or throw them in the chat if you are in the chat. But Torma, tell us what's coming up from Oni Press. Tell us what's going on with everything at Oni.
Yeah, so with Oni on FOC on Monday, I know we have EC Outlaw Showdown, the new Western. Oh, I forgot my cowboy hat. I left it in the car. We have the new EC Outlaw Showdown that's hitting FOC. It's got Tony Moore on an interior story in there, David Lapham. Yeah, it's EC. I'm wearing the Hawaiian shirt. Horror works well. Everybody's been loving the horror stuff recently. Right? That's been doing really, really well for us. I know we have the EC Catacomb of Torment foil cover available in shops for local comic book shop day. Get out there, snag a copy if you can. It's one of my favorite covers, and it's shiny too, so you know how that is.
I have to get with Torma's shirt guy. I need an EXP shirt.
Here it is. Look at that. Look at that shine right there.
And that's called customer service. That just walked over here on its own. Like,
thank you, Sam.
EC Catacombs of Torment sprouts its own legs in the form of Sam. Anyhow, yeah, that is an absolutely gorgeous Dave Stevens cover.
Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah, look at that. Crime Suspense throwback. Jay Stevens does an amazing job on that. We just had Yuletide FOC. High Strangest is another one that I'm super, super excited about. Book 1 should be dropping in just a few weeks. I'm super stoked for Crownsville, #1. That's hitting FOC in October on the 20th. And it's about Crownsville, Maryland. So I know a thing or two about it. My buddies and I used to actually sneak into the Institute when it was still standing. And we'd go at night and, you tell ghost stories and things like that. But for those of you who don't know, Crownsville is a notorious institute in Maryland, and Rodney Barnes and Eel Blendy are doing a new horror series exploring this seedier underbelly and corruption and pain that came with this institute, as a suicide isn't exactly what it appears to be. If you liked Philadelphia, if you like Nita Hawes, Crownsville is one that I'm super, super stoked for.
Fantastic. And for those of you who don't know, if you go to places like that at night and tell ghost stories, that's how you get possessions.
Yeah, okay? I have charms and wards and spells. Right. I don't
do this at your own risk.
Yeah,
but you notice Torma and I are both bald, and that's a shared activity. I'm just saying.
True. Yeah.
Oni Press is a big part of local comic shop day today. They, you guys stepped up big, and Hunter and yourself and everybody over at Oni has always been a big supporter of local comic shops.
Yeah.
So tell everybody a little bit about why. Like
why?
No,
tell us why.
No,
give us the answer to the universe, Torma. Yeah.
What is partnering with Comics Pro? What is sponsoring something like Local Comic Shop Day mean to Oni Press? Why is it so important to you guys? Because it always is.
That's a great question. I think with you look at Comics Pro, you look at Local Comic Book Shop Day. It's these events that help highlight what makes a comic book shop so important. It's the community of it all, right? I mean, we don't exist without shops preaching to their followers, this church of comics, that preaching to their followers the good word of comics, right? It never made sense to me to be behind this giant wall. It's always been publishers, shops, we're all in the same boat, and we should be working together to make this industry the best that it can be, And I hate using the word industry, because for me, it's second nature. It's fun, you know?
It's our community.
It's a
These
community.
are our people. Right?
Exactly.
So, Torma, I'm going to ask you a question, and it's going to go against everything you stand for, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
Okay.
If people were to walk into a local comic shop today, for Local Comic Shop Day, and they go to the Oni Press section, and they've got enough money to buy one book, other than the Catacomb of Torment Local Comic Shop Day exclusive, what are you recommending? This is Torma the retailer, Torma the store clerk talking to new Local Comic Shop Day.
Well, so I wouldn't start by just recommending any old book. I would ask them what they're into, what kind of shows, what kind of books, what kind of series. because Oni Press has something for everybody out there. So it doesn't matter if you like horror, sci-fi, if you like cartoon animation. I know I love the Cowboys of Moo Mesa. That book is so good. Juan Gedeon is killing it on artwork with that one. I love anthropomorphic animal, like Ninja Turtles, Street Shark stuff too. If you're talking about like some good Western stuff, I really, really love the Goddamn Tragedy. That is, my pitch was always like The Shining meets like Oregon Trail. And that was a nice little one shot there as well. It really depends on what you want to read. A personal favorite of mine is an older one. Kaiju Max is one that I love. That's like Orange is the New Black meets, Godzilla monsters. Akugun is another like epic fantasy if you're into Black Panther, if you're into Conan the Barbarian. If you want something that will like rip your heart out and give you a hug, Sheets, Brenna Thumler, is one that everybody needs to read. And that's the one book I would say that I would show everybody if I had to show one book.
Well, and if you are currently dating a girl that has a bunch of psycho ex-boyfriends trying to kill you, Oni Press is responsible for Scott Pilgrim versus the World, which is always a safe bet.
Yeah. Scott Pilgrim is always that's the one, that's the Spider-Man, that's the Batman.
Yeah,
everybody
true.
loves Scott Pilgrim.
It's super true. So Torma, if people are hearing about Oni Press for the first time, one, we would like to visit their cave. But two, give everybody kind of the lowdown one shot. Explain what Oni Press is, because it's not just a regular comic book publisher, is it? It's this much bigger, more complex thing.
Yeah. So Oni Press in one word is weird. It's awesome. It's fun. It's inclusive. It's everything that you could want in a comic book. Oni Press just is. And when I know, I work for Oni and I say there's something for everybody. And there literally is. I challenge you. I dare anyone out there armed with our catalog to not be able to sell it to anybody in any store out there. Like I said, Sheets, Akugun, EC Catacomb. You got the Adventure Time stuff for your younger readers. You have the Wild West Cowboys Moo Mesa. You got the Biker Mice from Mars. You have your Goddamn Tragedy. You have Free for All, the more like visceral, violent, gruesome books. Plague House is another one that I love. Michael Conrad on that. Dave Chisholm on that. Oni is so many things, and I hate that answer that we're like everything, but Oni is. Like I said, if you can't find something you like at Oni, then you don't like comics, my friend.
No, it's true. I mean, Oni goes from Rick and Morty to like super fun, bright Rick and Morty, which is still dark in a way.
Yeah, has its darker moments.
Like Rick and Morty, but it like the look to something really, truly dark like Plague House, and everything in the middle there. So, Torma, we got about 5 minutes left here. Tell me a little bit about what's happening with the EC stuff, because I know that there's some stuff that's coming out. We had Ann Nesenti on earlier.
Oh yeah,
again, we revisited her interview with Matthias, where she talked about the ongoing series that she's working on with an EC. Tell us what's going on with EC.
So EC, as you all know, the famous brand. You've read the Epitaphs from the Abyss. You've read the Cruel Universe. Currently, we have Catacomb of Torment that's been running right now. That's our new like horror series. We have the Cruel Universe 2 with amazing Bermeo covers and everything like that. I'm super stoked for Shiver Suspense Stories 2 coming out later this year. That should be a lot of fun. I can't say everything, but I will say if you liked the EC Blood Type 4-parter, definitely keep your eyes peeled for next year. I can't say too much about what's coming out, but definitely keep your eyes peeled.
If I buy you a creme brulee donut, will you spill your guts on things you're not allowed to tell me?
Come on. One creme brulee donut. I'm a 2 kind of guy.
But I ate the other one already.
Oh, well, there you go. Okay.
All right, fine. Sorry guys, like we're in a coffee shop with comics, like we're going to talk about food.
Yeah.
But outside of the EC stuff, which is a big thing for us, Oni also has a lot of all ages product as well. What do they have coming for the smallest readers among us as some young children walk into the shop here?
Well, I know a lot of people have been loving our Sesame Street stuff. The Mumford's Amazing Card Trick is just getting collected now. Oh, little doggy. Oni Press has always been a publisher that has just a little bit for everyone under the sun. I've seen a lot of people excited about the Adventure Time stuff, which is more of like an all ages sort of title. I've seen people as old as 30 and kids as young as 3 trying to eat the comic and chew it, right? Yeah, Oni Press has a lot for everybody. I cannot stress that enough. If you love comics, then you will love something at Oni Press.
Yeah, I got to shout out Sesame Street. My 5-year-old nephew's obsessed.
Dude, yeah.
Every time he calls me, is there new Sesame Street comics?
New Sesame Street?
I go, I don't know. Make your dad take you to the local comic shop, dude.
Right, yeah. Get to the local shop. Where are they at?
Columbus, Ohio.
Oh, okay, yeah. There's tons out there.
There's tons of great shops.
Yeah.
But he likes to ask Uncle Kyle because Uncle Kyle also reads the Sesame Street comics.
Uncle Kyle is cool. Yeah.
So, if there's a retailer out there listening that isn't, hopefully they're so busy they're not really paying attention. They're just kind of hearing you in the background.
Yeah.
If there's a retailer out there listening,
hello,
and they're not currently putting Oni Press on the wall in the shop, 1, what's wrong with you? But 2, tell them why they need to. Tell them why they should jump on that right away.
If you don't have Oni Press in your shop, you're losing money. That's the biggest thing I could say. We have something for everybody. If there's a certain customer that you don't know what to really show them, if you're more acquainted with the superhero stuff, right, and just the cape and cowl stuff, and you want something a little different. And of course, there's Image, there's Boom, there's IDW, there's Ghost Machine out there. There's a ton. AWA, Oni Press will have something for you. If you want to call me, I give my number to everybody. It's 443-534-8327. That's my personal cell. You can text, you can call at any time. Again, 443-534-8327. Give me a call. I'll send you a cool comic in the mail. How about that?
Yeah. Don't do what I do and call him while he's on the air just to prove a point. That is his actual number. He's not lying. He does give his number to literally everybody.
Literally everybody, yeah. Hit me up. You tell me a customer that you can't sell a book to, and I will give you an Oni book that works for that person.
Yeah. Don't call him in the middle of the night, though. I don't need the wrath of the Otto or the Heidi. So just know that that's a thing. But no, Torma, I want to thank you for always being down to do stuff, man.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for having me.
Whenever Matthias and I are trying to figure out the FOC show, and it's oh, there's a killer Oni book. Call Torma. It's just done. Oh, there's a killer. Hey, we need somebody to come and talk about beards. Call Torma.
Yep.
Hey, we need. It's
stop.
Well, it's hey, I need to get somebody to Third Eye. I know a guy.
I know a guy who used to work there. Yeah.
It's one of those things that Torma's always down to do everything, and so is Oni Press.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for somebody to just be super inclusive, always they're your
bald weirdo.
Yeah, they're your crew.
Yeah.
We are supposed to be having Neighborhood Comics joining us any moment.
Oh, nice.
I do not see.
Shout out to Lee.
They're not here yet, so I'm going to shoot Lee off a real quick email and check in with them. But in the meantime, Torma,
yeah,
I'm going to pivot away from Oni for just a minute.
Okay.
And ask you, what are you reading?
What am I reading right now?
Yes.
Well, besides Oni, because I read so much Oni, I just picked up Battle World. I've been loving that. I'm excited for the Rare Flavors hardcover because I loved Rare Flavors. That was a good one from Boom. What else have I been digging? I think Hot Latte is a really good series too. That one's really fun. Exquisite Corpses. Everybody's reading Exquisite Corpses. That one's really, really killer. I'm trying to think what I just read recently. Well, I've been reading some what is it? Cosmic Lion. I don't know if you're familiar with their stuff, but they do some good stuff. The Space Knights was really, really good. Grim Avenger was awesome. Yeah, I mean, just about everything. If it's a comic book, I'll read it.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Everybody, I want to say thank you to Torma. We are going to head now. We're going to take a minute. We're going to do a little bit of a reset, play our little local comic shop day animation, and we are going to head several hours down the highway to Savannah, Georgia, to Neighborhood Comics. Lee Heidel in his shop. He has some guests in store today. And we will see everybody in just a second here on Local Comic Shop Day live on the EXP.
Live.
Yeah, you're good, man. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Local Comic Shop Day on the EXP. I am your host, producer Kyle. We are live here at Dreamers and Make Believers in Baltimore, and we are going to head now down to one of the, in my opinion, one of the greatest shops in the country. I've been there a couple of times, and I always enjoy going in, to Neighborhood Comics in Savannah, Georgia, with Lee. What's up, man?
Kyle, my dude. Wow, that was a great intro. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. I know that you've been to a lot of shops, man, so that means a lot.
Absolutely. So you have a guest there in store. I'm going to get out of the way and let you talk to your guest and tell us about your store. But tell everybody where you're at, where your store is, and who you have with.
Yeah, for sure. My name is Lee Heidel. I'm the owner here at Neighborhood Comics in Savannah, Georgia. Today, we are joined by a very, very special person, Edwin Galman. Edwin was actually our very first employee when we opened the store years and years ago, and is now a crazy successful cover artist for publishers like DC, Marvel, Dynamite, working on a lot of cool licensed stuff like Terminator and Disney books like Stitch. So we're hanging out in the shop today for Local Comic Shop Day. And so we figured we'd just give you a little slice of the shop and what we're up to. Feel free to pop in, and if there are any questions, anything like that, you guys just let us know. And we're just going to be hanging out, and Edwin's going to be signing, and so you'll get to be a little bit of a fly on the wall. If you want to pick this up for yourself, if you're looking for any of Edwin's books, you can do that at our shop link. It's just going to go to neighborhoodcomics.com, and you can search for LCSD, or you can search for Edwin Galman signed, either one of those, and we'll hook you guys up today. So thanks for joining us. Edwin. Yes. So you're checking out the new Mr. Terrific issue that just came out this week. Yeah, number 5. Number 5. Pick that up and let everybody see the cover of that bad boy. There we go. Yeah. So that's Edwin's cover there for Mr. Terrific number 5. And there was a piece of art on the inside, super clean, that you were just telling me about. This piece right here. Yeah. Now, who's doing pencils on this book?
This is Val DeLandra.
Yeah.
He's so clean. He's so clean. It's probably the most fun working with him because seeing his art helped me like figure out how to position mine a lot more. Because his work is a lot more clean, a lot more shapes heavy and stuff like that. He knows how to position characters in the most effective way. And so looking at his work has elevated mine.
I always love to hear artists talking about other artists, both their work as well as them as people and that sort of thing. As the cover artist on this series, you don't get to communicate a whole lot with the rest of the creative team, right? It's kind of, yeah. So tell everybody a little bit about, as a cover artist, or how you worked on, we'll use Mr. Terrific as an example. What was that communication like with DC when you get a cover assignment like that?
Oh, super clean. Mr. Terrific is a lot more unique in cover art for me because I'm actually the interiors are split. I usually do the present. Yeah, it's the present. So this book, Mr. Terrific Year 1, is pretty much going back to his roots of how you have. It's more of an origin story, but not really. It's kind of like a motivation of who Mr. Terrific is. It's split between his past and his present. I'm doing the present pages, and so along with this one, this is probably the only cover I did for the book. But since I am involved in some of the interiors, I got to speak a lot more back and forth with some of the creative teams in here. So the editors, of course, I spoke a lot with the writer himself, who is Al Leston. He is the person I kept consoling with about my own writing.
Bye, y'all. Good to see you.
And Val himself, the main artist of this book. I just been the one word I can describe him with is genuine. So the way that he writes, the way that he draws, you can see it. The way that we talk to each other and everything like that. And I ask for advice, I ask for just like, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? He's very, very, very well genuine in the way that he speaks. So in this particular book, Mr. Terrific, I get to speak to the creative team a little bit more than I normally would.
Yeah, which totally makes sense in something like that too. Since you are doing some of the interiors and helping, like being a part of the process a little bit more. Compare that to something like the She-Hulk cover there. So that was one of the Disco Dazzler variants they were doing. This is another one of Edwin's covers here. The Disco Dazzler She-Hulk. A lot of fun. Always fun when you're lifting a giant disco ball over your head. So with something like that, that's kind of a pinup. It doesn't have anything to do with the interior of the story at all. It's just like, hey, we want you to do a cover for us. What is that communication like?
Usually I'm only communicating with the editor of the book, and that's probably the only person I'm going to be talking to.
Yeah.
And when I do speak to that person, they just kind of gives me like their idea, and I give them sketches and everything. For this one in particular, they asked for a disco variant version for they're pushing a story about the Dazzler. So when they asked me to do this, I got an email asking if I could do a She-Hulk cover. Could I design a suit for her to be like a more disco-esque thing? And that's kind of like the ins and out of this one. For most pinup covers or variant covers, since they don't deal with the story and stuff, how you said, I mostly just only talk to the editor, and then they give me the idea, or they let me come up with the idea. I would say for this one, since it was specifically for a Dazzler thing, they want it to be a little bit more disco.
Yeah.
But the other variant covers,
welcome.
They just kind of tell me, hey, we want you to draw a lantern, have fun.
Yeah, for sure. And like Wacky Racers, this is another Dynamite book. Penelope here, that's her name, right?
Yeah.
It is simply a pinup. Like it just really is her in her car, given that nice little beauty shot of what that character is like. And when you're doing something like that, I imagine that's just kind of almost completely hands off, other than if you're staying on model or whatnot, to make sure you're conveying the right eyelashes on the car headlights.
Yeah. For that, they just want the likeness to look like the character, everything. For this one, I asked, could I draw her in my style, or do you want it on model? And they're just like, oh yeah, we want everybody to draw them in their style.
Cool.
And so a lot of the Dynamite comics, they usually go for much more expression. It's rare that I've had a book in Dynamite that they want you to stay on model with something, but they do want familiarity. But like with the Wacky Racist one, for the most part, they just ask, can you just do like a nice pin up
and it's kind of like that 50s, girls in cars kind of thing, but obviously in the costume and everything else. And speaking of model and Dynamite, your Terminator covers have been really, really great, great sellers for us this year. So like you're doing cover B on most of these. So it's like the secondary cover, but nice cardstock, really cool, like creative illustrations. And you get to kind of work in that pinup mode a little bit for these too, in a way where they don't, with most B covers, they're not necessarily tied to the story really tightly. So you were telling me earlier a little bit about some of the creative freedom you actually had with Terminator that I thought was kind of exceptional. I don't feel like that happens all the time.
Yeah, for this, I saw the other covers for them, and I know that for those other covers, they really do let the artist express like the character. And of course, they want them to look like the actual exoskeleton. But I really appreciated that they let us really express how we want to draw that character. But for these Terminator comics in general, since it is like a B cover and stuff like that, they kind of want a thing, but you don't have to stick to the story of the comic. So every one of these Terminator comics, let's say for like this one here, even though I got to really just be, they weren't really hands-on with this cover. They showed me what he's doing, where he's at. In this particular story, he's in a submarine, and they're just like, do with that for your will. And I was just like, okay, cool.
What a nightmare that would be,
Yeah.
to be in a submarine with this exoskeleton, T-1000.
I was like, yeah, he's in a submarine. Have fun.
That means you get to do lots of pipes and wires. That's what that gives us.
I know for this one here, he's in war time, so they want me to do the whole like that old school 1960s style a war.
You guys can come on over if you want, and if you want to actually be in the live stream, just step behind him. No. Okay, we got some wonderful cosplay here, and friends of the store coming in right now.
Nice. Oh, thank you. Who's it?
It's Nightwing today.
Okay, cool.
It's one of your three hats. It's Nightwing, it's Black Panther, or it's
gonna be one of the three.
Yeah, for sure. So these are all Edwin's covers that he's worked on for different publishers. We've got one of the Stitch posters left. He's doing the main cover art for the current Stitch series. He's going to be writing and drawing the new Lion King book that's coming out later this year. So lots of really cool stuff. You can see DC, Marvel, and of course, like really fun other things like Disney and Terminator. Lots of cool stuff.
I saw that on the Instagram.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And I'm a sequential art major.
Heck yeah.
And I want to work with them. That's my dream. Right?
That's the dream.
And I was like, oh, comic book art's so much more. And I was like, oh, are you open to doing apprenticeships at any point, or?
Ooh, an apprenticeship.
I do love your style. I mean, it's beautiful.
I actually gave thought to having I worked as an apprentice to a guy who did a lot of Spawn stuff, and he kind of like taught me. It's like, hey, this is the way I do it. Can you fill in? Blah, 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 blah. I think
we're not going to name that person. So you guys be calm.
I can't.
There's a contract. You can figure it out on your own.
But he, I kind of gained knowledge through that, and I was like, man, if I ever get to the point where I need this, then I will. But I have gave thought to it. Right now, there's a lot of SCAD students that have been like tutoring a little bit here and there, but not necessarily doing like with the record. So I've just been like kind of like helping, pitching in and stuff here and there. But I mean, if I ever get that type of level that this guy was on, so if he needed to step out, then I definitely. Yeah.
And so you're doing like a lot of backgrounds, or again, just kind of filling in. Yeah.
It's just like, hey, you know how I like to draw this stuff, do it. You know how to do the city. You know how to do this cape. Because I really like capes. If anybody's seen my artwork and stuff like that, I draw very extreme, like.
The capes have their own personality.
They're alive.
There's you can see the storm cape right there. That's a good example of it for sure. Yeah. Yeah, they're doing their own thing. The actual elements have no effect on these capes.
Yeah, there could be a tornado in the background. It does not bother the cape. I'm gonna draw it the way I want to draw it. It's same thing with like Spawn. His cape is alive. But yeah, if I ever make it to that type of thing,
who are you in classes with? Are you taking the superhero class with Becker yet, or?
I'm actually transferred, so it's the first semester.
Nice.
Yeah, for sure.
But I actually have a book coming out. So it's still coming out in November.
Awesome.
I live in Florida, right?
Yeah.
So there's this little tiny shop that's called the Peace River Wildlife Center.
Oh.
And they're like, can you make us a book about
ambassador?
I'm like, I got you.
Yeah, things like that are great. Yeah, congratulations. That's huge.
Yeah, that's awesome. I always go for those. I did. I still do a bunch of just like local art and things like that. So
well, it's nice to stay connected to where you're from and where you live, and comic books obviously have a huge reach, but so many people are oblivious. so being able to get regular illustration work and other stuff too can be really helpful, especially in the beginning, as you're just kind of putting everything together with your portfolio, showing people that you can hit deadlines, showing that you can be versatile in the work that you do. All that stuff is huge, and that all comes from just practice and experience.
Yeah, it does.
And drew and illustrate like that children's book.
Yeah.
I don't know how I did it. I was just like, all right, I guess I'm doing this now.
You just woke up after a blackout and it was done. Hey, you know,
Like I did it. Yeah, the line things, the communication things, those are skills that are just propel you forward. A lot of the jobs I got were just because I communicated well.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, this person really liked how you like spoke and like did like you were just a pleasure to be around the project. So I may not even have worked on that project, but since someone knew me for talking to the people that were involved, and they're just like, hey, would you like to work with us? So Marvel with DC, I kind of got lucky because one of my classmates that I went to Scott with, he kind of went on to be a DC editor. So
you just missed him. He left about 10 minutes ago.
So
he does a lot of stuff locally though. So and he's a great supporter of the shop. So yeah, if there's ever a chance, I'll introduce you to Marquise.
it's like something you shouldn't do, but Leah was very chill with it. It was like when it's downtime in the shop and stuff, I was drawing on the job.
Edwin was our first employee, so he actually worked here when we first opened 7 years ago.
And so like he walked in, he saw what I was drawing, and then like a couple of weeks later, I got an email from him that says, "Hey, I'm an assistant editor now. Would you want a shot to blah blah blah?" So after a good number of projects with DC, Marvel started to creep in and something like that. So with they're both very different entities, but kind of the same in work form, if you will. So I have a lot of fun drawing Marvel characters because it's like, you know, you see them a lot. DC is my favorite of the two, but Marvel has like two of my favorite top 3 characters. So like Nova is one of my favorite characters, and my God, Cyclops, one of my favorite characters was Cyclops. I grew up playing fighting games as well, and I played a lot of Cyclops, so that was in there too. But also I like Ray Chase, who was a voice actor of Cyclops. But yeah, working with Marvel, I think I first got my first job with them drawing. Who was my first Marvel character I drew? I think it was Black Panther. Because one of the people that were working on one of the Black Panther books was involved in one of the Milestone comics in DC. And so they happened to remember a name, and I just kind of got like almost like placed in there. So because I was able to do that DC book, it was DC Power. They went to Marvel, and I got to do a Black Panther piece with them, and then it just kind of just followed through with there. So once you just get that shot, you just kind of keep going. Keep going. Yeah, I would say. Oh, since it is your first, so you said it's your first year in Scott. Oh yeah, I mean that was me when I was a transfer, and I spent like 1 quarter, and I got upped into like a junior, and then or whatever. Yeah, so I said, but I would say connect a lot more. connect us, because I still talk to the Scott teachers. I still ask them for help sometimes. So like, hey, I'm having trouble with this, and I remember you specifically talked about this. Okay, because I remember specifically there was the one cover that had like a very interesting perspective that I was having trouble with, and I remember going to Lowe and asking him, what can I do? And so like you keep that line of communication open. When I was going, a lot of the teachers that worked for Marvel as well, they had some independent contracting with them, so it was a nice like inside like information that I can get in terms of like how do they like to be spoken to, or what can I do to blah 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 blah. So I would say keep that line of it's open. Yeah.
In old school, I had children's book class. That's how children's book stuff.
Okay, yeah.
And she was Random House Publishing, and I had contact with her like, hey, I got a book deal. Can you help me? And she was like, yes, you should call me.
Yeah, if you have people there that can just help you on the ground, like always accept it. Like there was not a time where I can look at almost all these covers here and then know if there was something specific that I was like, hey, can you edit this? And what do you think
Thanks for
about
coming
it?
in.
Just to have someone like look at it, but not even necessarily like look at the work of this, but just ask for their advice. Like, if you were to draw something like this, what would you do? Because like all of these like NDAs, so I can't join. So like I would like ask someone like, hey, this type of perspective, what would you do? Like, am I hitting this?
Hey, how are you guys doing? Good.
Thinking
Good
the
to
right
see y'all
way?
today. Who do you have? Who did you bring in? Whoa, check
yeah, if
her
you can
out.
keep those lines
Is she
of
a
dialogue
good guy
open,
or a bad guy? What's your guy?
you're good. 'Cause that's what's gonna
Both?
get you.
Maybe a little both. Maybe
You
misunderstood.
It's
Which form are we talking?
I
I know, right? It's so tricky when we're talking about this stuff.
So like, Marvel's
Edwin's
pretty
here
good with
signing
their
his
children's
Stitch
stories.
stuff. So, like, if you guys
They
are
have a lot of
Lilo and Stitch fans, but
Mhm.
obviously lots of Marvel and DC stuff too. So he's cover artist on all the books that are on this table. So yeah.
Yeah.
I keep it all on Instagram.
And so Instagram is probably my only lifeline.
There's that.
Like I did stuff like that.
Oh yeah. Like I was in the
Ooh,
first,
do you want me to see?
the
Let's see what we got. Or you can help me
the
look.
clear
You wanna help me look?
you know.
Yeah, that was a whole done
Mhm.
marker. That's really
Okay.
all it was.
So if we have a white
Good to show
queen,
like
she's going to be in one of these
ooh.
plastic bags, right?
Nice.
So we're going to look in all our little plastic bags and see if we have a white
Silver.
queen.
As a Green Lantern, that's actually a pretty good pair.
Some of these toys are like
as a
30
lantern.
years
I like
old. Oh my goodness, look at that. It is fake.
Man, I would definitely say just keep doing what you're doing too, because those connections with those local people also helping too. Because when I started out doing a whole bunch of this work, it was a lot of the local people around me that needed help. All right, so I just did it just one because like, I don't know, I still want to get paid for it too. It's still a nice episode. I did a lot of Kickstarter work as well. Anything I could kind of get my hands on just to up my experience about that.
Yeah, you can sell them for a comic.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I wish I started that a long time ago. But for some reason I just didn't. But yeah, tabling and stuff like that, getting your name out there is definitely always a good hit for people. Yeah. Especially if you got like little cards or something like that. Nowadays I don't do the cards anymore. I do have like a little QR code that takes them straight to my socials or to my email, just in case they want to talk about future projects or whatever. But yeah, tabling that definitely works. Yeah, I would say one of my favorite projects I got because of tabling. Yeah, so it works, and especially also just works too, so you can know how to sell your own art and stuff like that too. So it's still a skill to propel you. Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find a little.
Oh yeah, this.
I do a lot of traditional work. Like,
Oh yeah.
I don't know why. I tried doing stuff like that.
Mhm.
But I can't get behind it.
Traditional work still has its place. My wife's sister still do traditional work, like almost exclusively, and she still goes out there and she print out the work and things like that. Of course, when I first started drawing for like the DC and Marvel stuff, all of my work was traditional as well, and then it started to be a lot more convenient just to learn the digital space of things, just to keep the files back and forth, or whatever. But yeah, that's my preferred one. I know a lot of people use like Procreate and things like that, but Clip is my favorite one. But Procreate is nice too. But
it's nice, but it's definitely different for beginners. You know, like maybe because I was like, I don't much digital since last year.
Mhm.
So I'm like,
The best thing to do with digital is honestly just to go in there and just start experimenting, because there's 1,000 ways to get to the same spot. And so like when someone say, "Am I doing this correct? Am I inking this correctly?" I was like, "You can do something completely different from mine and get to the same type of result." So because in my traditional work, one thing I had trouble with transferring to digital was like a dry brush style. And I tried out all these different dry brush looks that can have, but it just didn't get the same. But I found a default brush. It was like one of the brushes on the side of the clip that worked well if I just turned the opacity down and then I just made it into like a square brush, and it just worked. And I was just like, all these other like dry brush tools just didn't work, but this one that's not a dry brush tool like fits me better. And so digital was a lot more tough to learn, but I say it still is like a really good skill just to have it.
Hey, Kenneth, thanks for joining us, man.
But
Good to see you here. Thanks to all our friends at the EXP for tuning in.
I usually do my pencils traditional as well, my sketches and
Kyle.
stuff like that.
Yeah, man, I'm back.
If they want something fast, I just do it.
Yeah, feel free to cut in there.
Pick up those skills, learn those skills, because all of that is going to help you for the most part. Yeah,
thank you so much.
yeah, absolutely. And look at Scott too. You in sequential?
Sequential, yeah. And so tomorrow night at 7, we're hosting a comic reading. And so one of the readers tomorrow is going to be Mike Becker, who teaches the superheroes class at SCAD. So if you're around, Dana Chuatico, who's also a professor, is going to be, she organizes it. And so we've got several of your classmates will probably be reading and stuff like that. So it's a cool experience to come in and meet folks. So,
you actually get on Marvel editors to come to your editors day too. That's
this is the reading we're doing tomorrow night. But yeah, the editors day that's coming up. Yeah.
Somebody from DC, I think, is on me there.
It's Marquise. we know exactly who it is. Yeah.
I did, yeah.
Good. That's the way to start. Archer, would you like to show your costume along with Eagles tonight?
Thank you so much.
Yes, no problem. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
That's the only issue. And Eagly, do you want to get in the shot too?
Eagly.
This is live. It's like Saturday Night Live. Guys, somebody like screenshot this and make my arms huge. Make me 200.
You keep asking everybody to Photoshop pictures of you.
Yeah, well, I want this camera quality is nuts.
Isn't it good? Don't let anybody see the belt. You guys are all good. Thank y'all. All right. So we're here with Edwin Gallman. Edwin is cover artist, DC, Marvel, Dynamite. Have you done, I'm trying to think of like what other, I feel like you've done some image or IDW, like Ministry of Compliance.
Yes.
Here. Is there a publisher that you, like one of the big publishers that you haven't worked with yet that you, I feel like you've just ticked so many boxes. I can't even think of somebody.
I recently started doing work for Boom.
Oh, right. Yeah. With Boom, is it one of the, has any of that come out yet?
One of them has.
On which book do you remember?
It's about a mask. It's a very indie comic. It's
Yeah, for sure. Not one of their.
There's one of them.
Yeah.
That's one of them that we definitely know.
Okay.
But that one I just finished like 2 days ago.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, it's one of their license books. Boom. That was fun.
Yeah. Well, one of my favorite things that Edwin has gotten the chance to do was actually a collaboration with DC and McFarlane. So this is the Page Punchers 6-inch Black Manta figure. And in this comic, in this box, there is a comic with an exclusive cover that Edwin did. And this was going to be like a reprint of the Aquaman #1 from that. Probably the Rebirth era, I would guess. I'm trying to think. They've a lot of different printings and different reboots. But I love this so much because it's like so cool to actually display, because you've got the comic itself and then you've got the figure looking like he does on the comic. So when you had the chance to do this, what was that process like? Because you had a couple of different masters, I guess, and how that was going to work out.
That was fun. That was one of my first cover jobs. That when they asked me to do that, and then I got to see the figure itself, which was very cool. I was like, yeah, Black Manta is one of my favorite characters. They give you like a list for these on certain like page fronters figures. They'll give you a list of characters, and you kind of give them like maybe like a top 3 you probably want to do, and then they will say, hey, so you want to do Black Manta? And I'm like, yes.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
And so for approvals, is that something with DC and McFarlane, or no?
I think that's for me myself. For the ones I've done now, I only had to go through DC.
Okay.
I think they talked to.
And did you do what was it, a Black Adam or a? You had to. So you did. Oh, you did the Earth 2. The
Valzad.
Yeah, that's obviously one of my favorites.
Yeah, I wanted to do 2 of them because I had the option to do 2 in that same option, but I wanted to do Valzad more.
Yeah.
So it was Valzad and the other Zod, General Zod.
Yeah,
He was like a Phantom. He was already in the Phantom zone. He was already clear. So I wanted to do that just because I wanted to see how I could tackle like a Phantom zone effect type thing. But Valzad was just screaming at me. So just like I really want to draw Valzad, but I did get to draw him in the Phantom Zone though, so that was cool.
Yeah, that is cool. Yeah, for sure. Love that. Good luck with everything, and please do come to the different events. Fletcher will give you a calendar if you didn't already. Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Good luck.
All right, Geronimo's here. Check. Oh, this is the dragon cosplay you've been working on. Wow, dude, look at all that work. This is wild, man. Great, like all the stitching and all the handwork.
You
That's
got
really
You got the
cool.
flame sword in there too.
Really committed.
Oh, nice.
You gotta have the maps.
There we go.
We have.
There's our hiccup.
No hiccups here.
Oh yeah, the boots. Oh yeah, for sure. Wild.
All the dedication. I can't believe you made this thing, man. And I followed you. I know. This is sorry. It's like leather. It's not leather. No way. It's so rough, right?
Dude, the map. Can I hold the map?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is so cool.
Yeah,
Complete with this dragon map.
Yeah. I did everything.
That's fun.
Yeah.
That's really fun. I love the little squared off plots.
Yeah.
It's been forever
It's
since
almost
I've
like
seen.
they're adding to the.
Yeah.
Rewatch them. They're so good.
That's cool, man. Like, yeah, Camille, when she was little, we were watching all of them and stuff. But I haven't seen the live action one came out, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Haven't seen them.
Yeah.
Not in a rush to see it.
It's all right. It's all right. We can't always be in a rush to see it. So, that's how it is. I love this. So she came in with a Black Queen, and she was like, "Do you have the White Queen?" And we actually did.
Oh, nice.
Thanks for coming in today, guys. Congrats on your White Queen.
That's pretty sweet.
It was meant to be. Bye, y'all.
Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, it's comic book shop, so it's usual to see a 5-year-old who's really into Emma Frost.
Emma Frost.
No biggie.
It's cool. I don't think it's know who Emma Frost is.
I know.
She became way more popular now thanks to Rival stuff.
Oh, dude, all the Rival stuff has been nuts. I mean, don't get me started about Jeff.
Jeff and
so you're a big gamer. You do a lot of fighting games specifically, but you know, kind of the multiplayer. Did you dip into Rivals at all? Is that something you even?
Yeah, I dipped into it because I got a good friend who's really into Apex Legends and Overwatch, like those team shooters, and he was just like, "Yo, this is coming out." let's actually
Build a
play
squad.
together on this
Yeah.
one. And so it's my first hero shooter I've ever played in my life, and it's fun. I really like it. I like the different roles in it. I like to see. I think more than anything, I like to see their interpretations of how each character would fit into like a team role.
Yeah.
But I was like, yo, like put in Cyclops, put in,
Yeah, it was
Nova,
the
put
ones
in.
they started with were interesting.
Mhm.
The female Galactus or the White Fox, players like that, where a lot of casual people wouldn't have any
Wouldn't
idea.
know. Like I think that you can easily do a character like Jeff that people don't know, because that's like an easy like sell. Like this is Jeff, or like no one knows or still probably don't care about who the Moon is.
Yeah, no, for sure.
But I really like their like interpretations of it made characters like I probably say even like Psylocke, you know, she was known for a while. Like even her like interpretation, people
her design is cool.
Started to look at Psylocke. They started to look at it's interesting that most of you didn't even know who at the power set of Magneto.
Oh sure.
Because he's so good in the game. I know I had a lot of people was just like, what's your favorite stories of Magneto? And I was just like, gotta read House of M, man. But yeah, Marvel Rivals is probably like my first hero shooter that I still play to
And you
today.
loop that in, like hero shooter would include stuff like Fortnite.
Yeah.
You never dipped in before. No. Okay.
I mostly play only like you said, fighters and
Have you been looking at the new Mortal Kombat skins they've been dropping and all
that?
Oh
Yeah. They look
Peacemaker
better
one.
sometimes they look better than the game.
More often than not, they seem to look better than the game.
I was like, yo, why does it take you forever to put the classic outfits into the actual game, but you can put it in Fortnite?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah, but yeah, that if I always said that if they put anything Marvel 2 related, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 related in Fortnite, I might jump in it.
Yeah.
But I don't need to now since they got like the figures.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They got the figures now. I'm just like, I'm good with just buying the figures. I don't need to pay for it. I was like, thank you for that. Thank you. I don't have to pay for it now.
That's so funny. Speaking of figures, do you ever use those like as models for work you're doing?
There was one in particular that I was drawing. It was the Power Company cover I was doing. It had the characters like Signal.
Was Icon in that book?
No,
it wasn't a version. Okay,
no, it was Signal, Batman, who was on Fox. I think it's Luke Fox was the Batman in that. Vixen, Black Lightning, and besides the leader himself, I'm trying to think if there was another.
Was Black Lightning's daughter in it too?
She might have showed up, but I don't think she was a part of the team.
Okay, yeah.
But I had a figure of Signal.
Yeah.
And I couldn't find any like reliable pictures of like his suit all around.
Right.
So I used that figure as like reference.
Oh, that's cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. To be able to do that. Mm-hmm. And I know lots of people who they use it to justify their toy collection.
Oh yeah. If I had a figure of this guy here, this Terminator, like he would stay on the desk. How many times I have to draw like that exoskeleton? Because there's a lot of different interpretations of the same skeleton. Like a lot of people like altering the figures and things like that. I'm just like, I just need the one.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
The Terminator himself, that would be an excuse to buy the figure. I would buy like a not like a so I want like a whole statue of him and just say it's research.
Yeah, for sure.
Research. It was him. And I would love to get a statue of Nightwing.
Oh yeah,
along with Green Arrow.
I think DC could hook you up on that. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's something we should have to wait on.
Give me that.
If you guys are just joining us, I'm here with Edwin Gallman, cover artist, writer, interior artist. For a ton, I know, right? It's dope. He wore that just for you. of a ton of amazing books for DC, Marvel, Dynamite, Boom, lots of different publishers and creator books, both indie and mainstream. If you click on the barcode or the QR code right over there in the corner, it'll take you to a page where you actually can purchase signed books from Edwin. We're doing those just based on genre, just because our stock is turning over so fast. So we want to make sure that we're taking care of you guys and getting you some fun stuff today. Appreciate the folks at the Experience for having us on, at the EXP, especially Kyle, all his hard work today, making sure this 24-hour stream is going strong. If you've been sitting at home watching, if you're in another shop watching, wherever you guys are at, thanks so much. It's been a real pleasure to have you guys on and be a part of our store today.
So before we go, we got the QR code up in the corner for folks to scan. Is there anywhere else on social media that
I'm gonna ask
people can not
if I
only
can
find you, Lee, but Edwin as well?
Yeah, for sure. And if you are interested in learning more about our store, we're in a great tourist town here in Savannah, Georgia. So a lot of people will end up doing East Coast tours, going down to Florida, that sort of thing, or coming to Savannah as its own destination. We're located right downtown, heart of the historic district, all the great walking areas, all the big parks, all the big Tree City stuff. That's right where we are. It's super easy to find us. neighborhoodcomics.com, at NBRHD Comics, all the social media channels, NBRHD Comics. And Edwin, for you, the easiest way I always tell people is Instagram. That seems to be where you're usually the most active. And that is EM_Galman, GALMON. And so that's the best place to find Edwin. You can also, of course, put in a regular Google search. You'll see lots of cool interviews he's done, especially about his new upcoming series he's doing with Dynamite, where he is actually writing and drawing the new Lion King series. So that's 8 issues that'll be coming out starting later this year. There's been a ton of great promotion for it. I think that Dynamite's really getting behind it. It is a new story set in the Lion King timeline that people haven't seen before. So there's not a lot that Edwin can say about it yet, but he's done some interviews, so you can find some little drips out there for people that are fans of Lion King, and especially the wave of Disney comics that Dynamite has been putting out this last couple of years. It seems like it's been a real success for them, and I know we've been really happy to have so many great covers of Edwin's come through the shop, especially on Lilo and Stitch and now on Stitch. So definitely search those out at your local shop. The foil variants are always especially fun, especially shiny. And for sure. And we also actually have one of these guys on our shop right now too. This one I'm actually about to hold up. So if you are a Stitch fan, we do have one of Edwin's 11x17 prints. Don't mean to cover him up. I'll cover myself up. This is going to be on our website. So if you click that QR code over there, you can then search for Edwin's name, and that guy will come up, and you can pick up the last one.
Awesome. And last question before we let y'all go for the day. What does Local Comic Shop Day
issue number 2?
Yeah, for sure. Local Comic Shop Day for us really is a chance to celebrate the local part of that. So we're called Neighborhood Comics. We really believe in serving our neighborhood first and foremost. So from people that are visiting, walking down the street, who live around the corner, who go to school here, and the community that builds around comics, and we're lucky in that a big part of that also is around our shops. So Local Comic Shop Day for us is really about having people like Edwin, who is local, who has been a part of our store's history here in the store, to talk to people, to meet people that are regular customers or tourists and visitors, to promote the other things that we're doing all year long, every month long, every week long, making sure that people know about our comic readings, making sure that people know about our other signings and events, our drink and draws, ways that we can help continue to build the local part of Local Comic Shop Day.
Very awesome. Well, thank the two of you so much for taking the time and doing this with us today. And I hope you both have an awesome rest of your Local Comic Shop Day. And here's Kyle to break in. There we go.
No, I'm just here because, we had a great interview with Lee and with Edwin, and I really want to commend Edwin on proselytizing for SCAD. Some of my best friends have graduated from there and, got jobs because of SCAD. And if you're want to make comics, you want to get into art, going to someplace like SCAD or CCAD or one of those places is such a great resource for that kind of stuff. So shout out to him for doing that.
Thanks, Kyle. I really appreciate you guys running the stream today. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks for letting us have a chance to join you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Edwin. We'll see you guys down the road.
Bye, y'all.
All right. Guys, we are live at Dreamers and Make Believers in Baltimore. And big excitement happening because we just got a little bit of a shift in our day. So in just about 15 minutes, we're going to be talking to Trish Forstner. And Tone Rodriguez will be joining us, her co-creator on Feral, which will be super fun. And as it turns out, Vice President of the Board of Comics Pro, Shannon Live, is going to join us and conduct the interview. So you don't have to look at me, which is the win for everybody. So, guys, we're going to take a couple minutes. We're going to show you some great videos from shops around the country who have sent us great promotional things for their shops. And we are going to take just a quick break and look at that kind of stuff. And then later on, well, I'm going to play this. I'm going to play this first tour because this is the shop where Tone is right now. So stick around, hang out for just a minute, and we will be right back. What happened, Jay?
I need to get you out of here, Corporal Crow. Even if that means leaving this world.
Of all the places you could have sent us, you sent us here.
I thought we would be safe, but something's wrong. Here lies the Man of Tin, murdered by the dastardly lion.
I think there's an evil in this land that we are not prepared to deal with.
Yeah.
Welcome back in, guys. This is Local Comic Shop Day on the EXP, brought to you by Comics Pro, Dreamers and Make Believers, Amp Comics, Oni Press. So many great people. I want to give a shout out right now to all the great stores and publishers and everybody who sent us spots to run in between segments and to help build out the day. Now, I got a text during the last segment from the person I'm going to bring on stage next, and since they're kind of the boss, I couldn't say no. And at the same time, Sam is totally making me a cinnamon bagel with butter and jelly, so like I'm excited to be able to eat lunch. But I'm going to bring on Shannon Live, who is the vice president of Comics Pro. Like, she's the boss.
I don't know. I think Joe's the boss.
Well, Joe is the boss, but Joe's not here, so we're going to give you the credit.
I'll take it.
Shannon is also one half of the dynamic duo that run Bat City Comic Professionals in Florida. So, Shannon, how has your local comic shop day been going?
Oh my gosh. Well, it started with a lot of rain, so we were a little nervous, but it has been going great. It's slammed. I'm actually upstairs, so you can hear me in my kitchen, actually. But the store itself is slammed downstairs. We've got 13 local artists outside currently set up, including Gary Barker, who has been the artist on the Garfield comic strip since 1983. And so we're just, it's having a blast. We're making zines, we're making art with kids from the community. It's just so much fun.
So that's something I didn't know or didn't fully understand. I guess I knew but didn't understand until I watched your Eisner video, that you guys are a comic shop, but that's not the first priority.
Right. So our shop is a full 501c3 nonprofit organization. So the funding from what we sell in our store goes towards creating reading, writing, and art opportunities for kids, teens, and adults. We actually have a lot of adult classes recently, but we teach all of that through comic books. So we create curriculum and resources that can be used in schools and libraries around the world, but we also have a classroom on site here where we teach monthly reading classes, monthly writing classes, and then we also have different kinds of art classes to just encourage kids to fall in love with comics, but also more importantly to fall in love with learning.
Very cool. I like that. I like anything that makes new comic people is always good with me. And I like the idea of having a shop that is also a not-for-profit that is education centered. So very cool. Can you give everybody the once over on what is Local Comic Shop Day and why it matters?
Yeah, Local Comic Shop Day is a celebration of comic book stores, and it's been around for a decade now. This is actually the 10-year anniversary. Technically, I guess next year is, because we had, like the first one actually I believe happened in 2016. But so next year I think is when we'll celebrate 10 years. But we actually became like an entity in 2015. So we're kind of in that in between zone. But anyway, it is a day to celebrate what a comic store is, and that is that community center. It's that third space that people can go to. It is that combination of the community and the people inside the building coming together and just building something that everybody can be a part of and having that wonderful experience. And comic stores can't exist without our customers who come in, and our customers find a home in the comic stores. And so Local Comic Shop Day is a day where we all come together and celebrate that experience and, just the joy that comes from loving comics and having a place to go with them.
Fantastic. So one of the things that when Shannon texted me, I'm like, hey, do you want to interview our next guests? And she was absolutely down. So we're going to start with here locally in Baltimore. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in Miss Trish Forstner.
Woo!
I got to turn your microphone on. Now we can hear you.
I can't hear you, though.
Well, you don't need to hear me.
Oh,
Can you hear
hello.
Shannon?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, good.
Yes, I got you.
All right, and then we're going to bring in Trisha's partner in crime in Farrell, all the way from Stronghold Collectibles in Louisiana, Tone Rodriguez.
You know, it's so much shorter.
They just without the hello. I'm gonna move around. We're in the middle of local comic book day thing, so I'm gonna go back here real quick. So, I mean, this is what people want to see. You know, the inner workings of a comic book shop, the back room, the sex dungeon. These are our friends here. So, all right, cool beans.
Okay.
All right. Now, should I turn this way?
There you go.
There we go.
Now
All right.
you're there.
All right. How do I lock this? There we go. All right. Cool beans. And I'm going to turn it up all the way so people can I can hear you guys. All right. There we go. What's up, people?
What's up, Tone? Good to see you.
What's up, Tone?
It's good to be seen. Hi, how are you?
I can't see anything, but
you're good at this blind, Trisha.
blind here.
Well, at least, are you drawing right now? Are you doing a commission right now as we speak?
Yeah, I'm not doing a commission, but I am just kind of scribbling. I'm drawing a picture of Chloe.
Aww.
There we go.
Well, awesome. Well, y'all are the perfect people to talk to on Local Comic Shop Day, because last year y'all did one of the most massive comic shop tours ever as a Feral team. And so how many stores overall did y'all visit?
I visited just a few.
I don't remember.
Tone and Tony, man, they were a machine. They did everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't recall. We were literally on the road from the end of October until the weekend after Thanksgiving. So yeah, that was over like 6 weeks, I think. So
I met them down in Florida.
I don't remember.
And then I flew out of Florida and met them again when they came into Maryland, and did a few shows there. And then I think it was Monday you guys were in Frederick, and then you were gone. That Monday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all were everywhere. It was crazy. I'm thankful I got to have y'all come. I got both of y'all at my store too, which was fantastic. Yeah, it was a good thing. What do you think, as creators, what draws you to comic store? What makes y'all like, hey, this is the store I want to go to and spend time at?
Well, for me, this shop in particular, Dreamers and Make Believers, they do a lot in the community, just kind of like you guys do. You guys have a nice community space where you bring, you have the kids in and stuff. They do a lot of great community things here. They have a cafe, so it's a nice third space where you can kind of go and chill and be with like-minded people. They always have something going on, and so I mean that's why I come here.
Yeah, this shop I'm at is actually in Lafayette, Louisiana. I'm up north about 2, maybe 3 hours away. But the thing about this shop is when I lived in Lafayette, this was like literally one of only 2 shops in town, and it was the oldest. It was run by this sweet little old lady, Miss Teresa, who kept the store going for years, and the shop just kind of kept getting smaller and smaller because of the industry and how the market was, and people weren't buying comic books. And these people here just eventually took it over. It's now called Stronghold Comics in Lafayette. And I'll be honest with you, it is night and day, because when I lived here, I had only visited the shop on a handful of occasions, and it was minuscule. It was tiny. It was a closet. They really have turned it into a amazing shop. It is stocked with everything. And that was one of the things that I think is a weird balance for comic book shops, because if you're into comic books and they're focusing on Warhammer, you might not go into that shop again. If you go into a shop and all they have are Funko Pops, but they don't have back issues or graphic novels, but that's what I want, well, then I might not go in there. They have got this amazing balance of the stuff. I mean, all of it. It's got used toys. It's got new toys. It's got, tchotchkes. It's got the Funko Pops. It's a weird thing to try to find that shop that basically can get that perfect balance, because when you have that balance, you're not alienating anyone. And a lot of shops spend so much time focusing on what's going to make them money because they know that's going to make them money. They ignore everyone else. So they're doing some amazing stuff here. And again, after not being here for about 3 or 4 years, it's like this is my first time actually being in this store, and we're having a ball. The place is loaded. People are showing up. It's amazing. It's really good stuff.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm so happy to hear. I'd love to hear about stores that, you almost lose them and then they come back and they're just this like powerhouse, amazing space to go to. So I love that story
Yeah.
so much. I'd love to see all the stuff that they're doing out there at Stronghold. They are really, really trying to build a huge community, and I love that for them. And Dreamers, oh my gosh, Sam and Miranda, thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's talk Feral for all the people who are watching, throughout the day. Let's talk Feral. I've got issue 13 right here with me. Although I wanted to bring issue 16, but I didn't want to take it off the floor because I want everybody who comes in today to buy issue 16 if they don't already have it. Because, oh my God, issue 16. We're gonna talk about that in a second. But starting out, one of y'all do a better job probably than me. Tell us what Feral is about.
So the quick picture that I usually give about Feral is that it's a group of house cats stranded in the wilderness during a rabies outbreak. Only our rabies virus turns all the animals into mutant zombies. Maybe not mutant, but zombies. And so we cover a lot of the cool zombie tropes. Tone really got in there with that cat lady and just knocked that bit out of the park. It was super terrifying and scary. And I'm trying to do better, Tone. I got to show you the recent sketches that I did of more scary zombies. I'm trying to
you're doing fine. Stop.
I'm trying to ratchet up because I made the mistake of watching Marvel zombies, and I want my zombies to look like those zombies. And so I drew some stuff.
Oh man, and I thought issue 15 was tragic.
Yeah, I drew some stuff, and I was like, I don't know if we'll use these because they're kind of really over the top, but I wanted to contribute more of that. And I think as I've gone through the arcs of Feral, the way I've messed up the animals it's getting better in a bad way. For how, because I don't do the gore. I never did it. Before Feral #1, you can see I was really scared to draw it like that. And I got better. I get better. I'm better over time of drawing it. But yeah, that's my quick pitch.
Well, I was just going to say, but that's the thing about doing stuff. I remember when I first started drawing comic books, backgrounds, which is weird because we're talking about Feral. Backgrounds was like my kryptonite. Like drawing, I got to draw a building, I got to draw a doorway, I got to draw an alley, I hated it. And so you get to the point where, well, this stuff isn't going to disappear. I have to draw this. And so once you start realizing that you start working on things that you're not as comfortable with, and you put a little time in it, then you realize, holy cow, it's like, this isn't that bad. I mean, I can actually do this, and you get better. I mean, if we're not getting better between issue 1 and issue 16, then we're doing something wrong. So, again, if you're doing some stuff now and you're already going ooh, this stuff is getting a little choice, bring it on. I think it's going to make the book better. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be great. And speaking of those backgrounds, you conquered your fear of those or whatever very well. The pet shop, man.
Pet shop.
You crafted a very scary but still very shoppable place.
I was gonna say that's what I love about the pet shop set that you've designed in these backgrounds is I feel like I could walk the aisles. Like I feel like I could go and I kind of know because I've been to enough pet stores. Like I'm like, oh, I bet on this aisle is where that's gonna be. Like you've done such a good job with the layout and design of the pet store that it feels like a real place. And so I love it. You definitely nailed getting over that background problem.
Well, I mean, the thing about stuff like that is, again, and whenever I explain to somebody about something that they love about what we're doing, I definitely always try to push all that on Tony. It's like that's Tony. When we started working on the pet shop, he gives me a very rough idea of what he wants to see because he knows what he wants to eventually get to. So the only real problem that I have is making sure that when I'm drawing the pet shop from issue 12 and issue 13, that if you're walking down the same aisle, you're going to see all the same stuff on the show, the continuity stuff. And so the problem is that's the part that takes the most time. So I've definitely gotten to the point where we're starting to kind of not cheat it, but definitely do a shorthand on it so that that the aquarium aisle is in the back, and that the kitty litter pile is on the other side. So like we try to like establish where this is and where that is, and just make sure that when we're telling the story, if you are just flipping the page and you're looking at it, you can tell that this is the back of the store and this is the front of the store. So, that's really the only thing that we're trying to do at this point is like let people see where the map is on the thing, like a family circus map, where you see the
I'm
little
a
dotted
fan.
lines where the cats are running around. Yeah.
I'm a fan of all the Easter eggs you hid back there. Like there was
You got to
Baxter.
be careful.
You had
Wait, what was that?
Baxter's.
Baxter?
You had Baxter in there on like one of the dog food boxes. It was like Baxter's mix or something like that. I was like,
Yeah, I can't remember what it was called.
I'm
Yeah.
totally.
It was like
I got to be careful.
I'm like, now I want to find out the Easter eggs. I'm like, what did I miss? Like,
or like in the hallway, in the crazy cat lady's house. There's a stuffed animal of the little Yosemite Sam looking character from Uncanny Valley, the grandpa.
Uncanny Valley, yeah.
I was like, that's so cute. I love it when we when you can do that. Give a little nod.
Well, the thing is, it's like you can do Easter eggs that everyone knows. If I did like a little Batman Funko Pop or something like that, okay, everybody knows that. But like I said, Tony's hardcore fans, they're gonna see the grandpa, plush or whatever it was. And keep in mind, like I think I did that most. Yeah. But I think I did that mostly because at the time you guys were doing the Stray Dog plushes. And I'm like, wow, wouldn't it be cool if there was a plush of this one? So so like stuff like that. I'm always trying. I'll be honest with you. I think some of the other Easter eggs, when the book actually gets printed and I see it and I'm like, oh no, it got covered. Like there's a word balloon over it. Or so, you're going to look really hard because the fact of the matter is I do put them in there. They just don't always make it to the print because, one of the animals will be in front of it or there'll be a word balloon in front of it. So yeah, if you find them, then, that's cool. But like I said, they're kind of not meant to be so in your face. The plush was, I mean, that was intended to be like in your face, but Tony didn't ask for it. I just did it. I just thought it would be funny and he left it in. So
when I would draw over them, because we get the backgrounds, it's like a full background, right? So when we work like an animation process almost, where it's like, we got layouts and we've got characters and then we've got colors and then letters, right? So I try not to cover, if there's multiples of it, like the Baxter thing, I didn't cover all of them. I just covered like part of it.
Yeah.
So then we could still see him. He was delightful. I thought it was really cute. Baxter is Tony's dog.
Aww.
So, that's why we didn't want to cover it all the way. Well, I didn't want to cover it all the way up. But and then the grandpa. I mean, like Uncanny Valley was a really cool story. So it was a cool shout out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
great. So
And
Stray Dogs,
I fit a lot of cats in there that were like knockoffs of other cats.
Stray Dogs was a limited series, but and it was huge, and everybody wanted more and more and more and more constantly. But Feral, do we have an end number, or are we gonna Walking Dead this, and it's gonna go 192 issues? Like, how long do we intend to stretch this poor cat zombie apocalypse out? And can you say that? I guess I should ask first.
We're running as long as we can. That's Tony's answer is. We're running as long as, as far as I understand, we're running as long as we can.
Okay.
Yeah, I
We're gonna
mean, as long
keep it going
as
forever.
the market will, basically say we want to see this. Tony, this book right now is the longest running book either Tony and I have ever done. Like I've never done anything longer than like 14 issues.
And me.
So with well, yeah, but you that's easy for you to sit there and say. We've been doing this for a long time. So the idea is if we can do this for 30 or 60 issues, then that's the goal. If we can go longer than that, then as long as people want to see it and if, as long as people are interested in what we're doing, all you sadists out there that like seeing us torture these cats, please keep buying the book because Tony does have some interesting things coming down the pike. There's stuff that's coming very, very soon that I think is going to change how people see the book. So yeah, if we can do it forever, then we'll do it forever. So support it.
Yeah. Go out there and buy it.
Yeah, or put it on your sub list at your local comic shop and let them have that book ready for you every month and get both covers because those movie variants are so cool. And the fact that you had the movie variants for Stray Dogs and then you jumped immediately into movie variants for Feral is so cool. Do you feel like you're gonna run out of movies that you want to do, or do you have like this massive list of movies that y'all are like, we have to make sure there's Feral covers for all of these things?
I
well,
honestly don't know.
But the one thing about horror is the movies are constantly coming out. People love to be scared. So like, whenever, I mean, just recently we just had Weapons come out and I heard somebody hitting me up and going, are you guys going to do a Weapons variant? And I'm like, I don't know. We'll talk to Tony about it. If it makes sense to Tony and or if Trish and I go, hey, we got to do this. We got to do this. Tony listens to us. I mean, we don't necessarily say we got to do this or else. We kind of like work on this as like I mean, it's a partnership. We go ahead and we go, what do you think about this? And if Tony likes it, then yeah, we do it. We've fought for covers too. It's like one of the covers that was pitched was when we were still on Stray Dogs. Somebody pitched us the Crow cover, and Tony had real hard lines, and he says the Crow was in a horror film. And I remember being there at the house when we were talking to the guys who wanted to see this cover, and I just sat there and I said, you know what, that would be a cool cover. And I just told Tony, it's like, yeah, it might not be a traditional horror cover or movie poster homage, but it'll be a cool cover and people will love it. And it has been one of the most popular covers we've ever done. So the thing is, it has more to do about how the people who want them respond to them. Because again, just because it's a horror film doesn't mean people are going to respond to it. But they do respond to the ones that they love. And, people love horror. They love to be scared. So I don't think we're going to run out of them anytime soon.
Nope. I mean, if we run out of movies, then we can always branch into like novelizations. Stephen King, just a whole series of Stephen King novel covers.
Right.
You know
Or
what?
something like that.
You're saying that, but from your mouth to Tony's ears, because at some point that's going to have a light bulb go off in his head, and he'll be like, "Oh, that's a good idea," And who knows?
I originally, just funny enough, I originally wanted the Stray Dogs, all of the trade paperbacks that we did, all the different ones that we did. I wanted all of them to be novelization themed. Like I wanted them to all be horror movie, like not movie, horror book covers.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen, obviously, because everybody had their own, like, it was in a fever pitch right at that time. So nobody was listening to suggestions. They were just like, do it. At the time.
Well, but Tony has, he picks the covers that he thinks covers that arc, because all the trades cover a 5-issue arc, and I think going from what we've done so far, he definitely knows what explains those arcs better with those covers, and even though they're covers to the books, they work, they translate. So who knows where we're going to go after this. I mean, at this point, I think Stray Dogs in particular, I think it's gone through 3 printings. Who knows? At some point, we might need to change those covers. You know what I mean? For Feral, if we got to go into second and third printings of the book, I don't think there's a reason why we couldn't do that. It's whether or not Tony wants to do it or Trish pushes to it. It's like, again, it's a nice little partnership, and like I said, if it makes sense and people respond to it, then we'll do it.
Yeah. Was it a complete crazy total surprise to y'all to see the way Stray Dogs took off as quickly and as crazily as?
Well, to me, it certainly was. I mean, it was my first thing. So, I mean, of course, to me, it was insane. I don't know how. I mean, Tone, I believe, said at one point, "Don't get used to that. That's not how it always is." And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I only hit winners.
Yeah, I told her, it's like, this is a fluke. It's not going to happen again. Just be happy with how it is now. And then, of course, Feral comes out, and it's doing great. And especially right out the gate. Yeah, it's doing fabulous. So yeah, it's I think with this book in particular and Stray Dogs, Tony definitely struck a chord to an audience that clearly was not getting what they wanted. Now, if you go ahead and you look at your local comic book shop, because that's where we are, on the way into the store today, I saw no less than 5 other books that had animals on the cover. And they put them all in one little spot so that if you're into that, they're right there. So I went ahead and I said, oh, look at this. Look at it. They clearly are fans of Stray Dogs, because in my head, that's all I saw. Even though I saw their individual books, and I won't mention names, all I saw to myself was like, those guys are fans of Stray Dogs. So
I think
we're doing something right.
I think I saw a lot of animal themed books come out after Stray Dogs, like within the next year or two after Stray Dogs.
Yeah.
So I mean, I did a cover for one that was labeled Stray Dogs in Space. That somebody marketed as Stray Dogs in Space, which was really cool. I'm like, that's amazing that we're kind of like a benchmark now. Like, that's so cool.
Because originally, I think one of the pitches on the book, if we were talking to people at shows, was like, this book is like The Walking Dead but with animals. So the fact that somebody was pitching their book using our book's name, like I said, it strikes a chord.
You've definitely created something as a group that people love, and they're constantly coming back and asking, do you have anything more like that? Stray Dogs is one of those evergreen trade paperbacks for us. We have to keep it in stock. There's somebody coming in at least once a week that falls in love with it. There's new readers to Feral every month that the new issue comes out. So there's somebody else that's like, I just heard about this. Do you have all the back issues? Do you have the trades? I mean, there is definitely something, there's this magic in it. And like you said, maybe it's because it didn't have that genre, maybe because it struck a certain chord, but maybe it's just because everybody really likes to see animals, and to see the fact that you took the cutest style animals and put them in the most horrific kind of horror movie thing is something that we don't see a lot. And I think that really does bring a new feel to the world. My cat actually heard that we were talking about Feral and is now sitting right next to me so that she can be a part of this interview, which is funny because I do have a drawing of her up on the wall from you guys, actually. So it's on our family photo.
The pumpkin,
yes.
Yay!
You got it. Yeah, she's right here, ready for the thing. I know we're not going to take too much more of your time. So, final question is, if you were a cat, what kind of cat would you want to be?
Orange. Just orange. They have a personality type, and that would be. I think that would be me. Manic, but somehow lazy. I don't know.
What would your cat life goal be? Like as a cat?
As much sleep and as much because I don't get a lot of sleep now. So my goal would be a lot of sleep. I would be the laziest cat. The fattest, laziest
Yeah,
one.
I kind of imagined the same thing. I immediately heard the question. I was like, "Ooh, an alley cat," and then I'm like, but they're outside, and nah." It's like, no, my cats were kind. Yeah, but like my cats were like in the house, and they were like protected, and they cared and wanted for nothing. They had like the greatest life ever. You guys want to go poo poo? Okay, come on, let's go clean out your litter box. Oh, you want to eat? Here you go, crack. I mean, our big cat would wake me up every morning, just climb on my chest and like start watting at my beard. It's like, get up, it's time to get up. So yeah, probably just a house cat at this point.
Just that perfect life of somebody feeds you, somebody takes you, carries you around and snuggles you when you want snuggles. Yeah, ideal.
I don't want to be a cat with a job. Like you know how people like have their cats and they're like this cat is an influencer. I don't want to be that cat. I'm not a working cat.
Right, that's too much.
I already have to work 2 jobs now.
Where can people find you? If people want to find y'all on the internet, follow your work, follow everything you're doing, where's a good place for people to look to find y'all?
Me? I'm on Instagram, Facebook. I don't post on X, but I have a profile there. But all my profiles are under @TrishForstner. I have a Blue Sky. Social media is so much right now, so I'm just like, I post on Instagram because it cross posts to my Facebook, and people can keep up with me either place.
Awesome.
Yeah, and I'm the same way. Absolute same way. Tone Rodriguez, 2000, Instagram, Facebook. I tell people easy to find, super easy to find. So.
Yeah. And when is the next issue of Feral dropping?
Next issue of Feral should be out next month, because issue 16 literally just came out 2 weeks ago. Yes. So it'll be out in about
so in 2 more
2 weeks. We literally just turned it in. We just turned it in for approval. I just approved the prints. Yeah.
And is it going to be darker for the Halloween season, or is it just plowing straight? I mean, it's very dark right now where we are in this world.
Issue 17 has a Halloween cover, which is funny. It's the pumpkin, but it's got the skull, like a cat skull. So it's like the pumpkin with the cat skull. That's friggin' cool. I love our Halloween covers because they just look so like really polished. Like we did the Halloween homage for the first issue reprint, and then so now we're doing the first one, I think, which is the pumpkin with the skull. That one's really cool. So issue 17 should be out in a couple of weeks, and yeah, it's looking. I don't know that it's darker. Like to me, I don't think it's darker. I think we're. If you've read issue 16, we're picking up at that chaos, and the fight for Pet City continues.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think the book looks darker. I think the storytelling will get darker. I'm just going over what we're doing in 17 and
18.
I
just read that script.
I mean, 18, excuse me. And yeah, it gets the writing is darker. Like there's some stuff that's going to be happening that is just like ew to like the nth degree. So it's like ew. So yeah, our cats are not out of it, and like I said, God willing, hopefully won't be out of it for some time to go. So.
Right. Well, Tony has mastered cliffhangers, so if Tony can keep those cliffhangers coming the way he's doing it, I think y'all will have that extreme success because everybody is constantly talking about it and having to get more people involved because every month you're just like, I cannot believe that's where they left it. Like, and you're yelling and screaming about it for a month while you wait for the next issue. So,
Or if you're unfortunate enough to catch that cliffhanger at the end of the trade or at the end of the arc, ugh, you're waiting like 2 months to see.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I think the what we end up doing at the end of this arc right now is really going to mess people up. So that's just me.
I don't even know
I
what's
think
going
it's
to
gonna
happen
mess
at the
people
end
up.
of the arc. I don't even know what's going to
I'll
happen.
tell you later. I'll tell you later.
Right? I was like, don't tell us. I don't want to. You two on the comments. I'm sorry. We're not doing it. We're not spoiling it. Also, because we don't want Tony coming.
Yeah, we don't do anything online without Tony telling us to do it.
I'm not trying to get in trouble.
Right. Well, thank you for your time, everybody that's out there. If you're at local comic shops today, if you're supporting local comic shop day, or if you're not and you're coming into a comic shop on another day, make sure you're adding Feral to your pull list. Make sure you're picking up those Stray Dogs trade paperbacks. Get that Feral story. You want to get it. The more you buy it, the more it keeps going. And that's going to be, they're willing to do it as long as you're willing to buy it. So keep buying it. Tell your friends to buy it. Support the DC creators and buy it for your local.
All right. Well, cool beans. I'm gonna let you guys go. Everybody's here. This is a back room of the place. This is our little area.
Oh,
this is all our people.
Look at how packed they are.
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, this is only one of the rooms. The rest of the store keeps going. So we're gonna catch you guys later. Okay.
Wow.
Good luck with
All
all
right.
your
You guys be well.
Bye.
Take care. Bye.
All
So
right.
that-
Cool.
yeah. I know we're stalling so Kyle can finish his lunch right now.
Well,
Oh, no.
I finished my lunch, but I
working on
can't
it.
see what's happening
Oh, you can turn.
to turn around and
Yeah.
take back over.
You're good.
So I had to turn my screen so that Trish could see what was happening. And then now I'm back. And okay. Woo. All right. We're back. I had a child style bagel is what Sam called it. A bagel with butter and jelly like a small child. It was pretty great. Shannon, thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming on and allowing me to eat food like a human.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. And I'm glad you're eating food. Take care of yourself. And thank you, Sam, Amanda, for feeding him.
Yes. Oh, believe me, I'm going to thank them very well. So thank you to Trish. Thank you to Tone for doing the interview. Guys, Trish is here, and you can get a sketch, and you can get a book, and there's no line right now unless you're intimidated by Torma, but even he's like talking to other people, so you could be safe. You don't have to worry about being accosted by Torma. Shannon, thank you for being here. I'll let you get back to work.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on.
So thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you guys next. We'll see you later down the road. All right. Here we go, guys. We're going to run a couple of videos from our local comic shop partners. Thank you, Trish. To tell you about other great stores and other product coming out, other great comics coming out in the next week. And then we're going to be joined by the people held responsible for this space and the people who just made me lunch, Sam from Dreamers and Make Believers. So hang out for just another couple of minutes. guys. I've been told. All right, guys. I've been told I need to install a confidence monitor. So we're going to play another spot, and then we're going to come back to Sam. Stick with us. Welcome back in, everybody. We are live on Local Comic Shop Day on the EXP. I'm your host, producer Kyle. Thank you to Shannon for giving me a break so that I could eat some lunch. And our next guest is going to be the person who made me lunch, which is a funny thing to say. But they're also the owner of Dreamers and Make Believers Comics and Reverie Coffee here in Baltimore, Maryland. Sam. So I'm going to bring Sam on, and then he's going to tell you about the child-style bagel he just made me.
Well, we got our bagel in from New York City because New York City bagels are the absolute best, and that's what you have to do. And then I just took a bunch of butter and some jam and just slapped it on there for you, Kyle, because that's what a good child-style bagel is.
Yeah, I eat like a small person. I'm good with that. I understand that.
How many peanut butter and jellies have you had since you've, come to Baltimore?
Listen, the Schmuckers company is not hurting for money based on my account, okay? I may or may not have several on me right now just in case.
There we go.
So, but on to like serious topics that aren't my terrible diet and the things you do to your body when you're doing when you're doing these kind of events. And Sam knows all about these kind of events, so he's not judging me any more than he should be. But Sam, tell everybody the origin story of Dreamers and Make Believers.
So Dreamers and Make Believers was born during the pandemic, in that when Miranda and I moved to Baltimore from California, we were desperately trying to find a comic shop. And we didn't have a car at the time. We couldn't figure out where to go. The nearest one closest to us was like 45 to 50 minutes away on a bus. And public transit here is improving. There was a spot that opened up, a little retail vacant building, and we were like, you know what? Let's build a comic shop. And then you know what? Let's build a coffee shop inside of that comic shop, because that's what we needed in this community. Because every single time that somebody asked us whenever we asked somebody where they would go to get their books, they said Target, and that was not acceptable to us. So we were like, you know what? We're going to build this, and this is going to be our shop.
Very cool. Now, your shop is what I would call one of the more modern style shops going. You have a lot of books, you have the coffee, but you also make a very important and concerted effort to be super inclusive. Was knowing you guys, I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask you and let you tell it anyway. Tell us about how important that was when you were putting the shop together.
I think I missed the key word that you were asking. Inclusive. So we are fully queer owned and operated. That is the heart of Dreamers and Make Believers. That is imperative to our mission as a comic shop and creating a space where every single person is welcome. So that is where Dreamers really was born, is that we needed to be as inclusive as possible so that anyone could come in and be able to pick up a comic and, you know, understand that there are a million different jumping on points for any story and that we can help them figure out which one that they want.
Very cool. Now, I tell everybody that when I'm in town, this is my local comic shop. And that's why, is that when you walk into a shop and you feel comfortable and you feel included, and no matter what your background is, like I'm probably not their average customer here at Dreamers, but I feel comfortable. I feel welcome. I feel included. I could come and sit at a table at the coffee shop and work on my laptop all day, editing videos for the experience, and not be like, why is that creepy guy here? that guy should not be like. So I love that about it. But one of the other things I love is you guys have a massive selection of stuff.
We do. And you also bring up a good point in that you did say that you weren't our average customer, but we don't have an average customer. So like every customer is our average customer.
Well, that's fair. But you guys have, I really want to touch on like the wide variety of product offering. Like I'm going to play some games with the fancy cameras here. As you go to the back of the shop, right, you've got squishables, you've got tons of books, you've got local comics, you've got a unicorn.
Yep.
You've got games.
A Broadway unicorn. We actually, this unicorn was donated to us from a Broadway show. Now, which show that was, I don't know, but it is a Broadway prop unicorn. Named Nia Diamond Gumdrop. Nia after Dreamer from DC Comics.
That's fun. So talk about the different product lines. And I know it's a very specific and niche question, but you have a lot of gifts and things like the Baltimore shirt you're wearing, right? And that kind of stuff. Talk about that in terms of how it fits into the overall theme of the store.
So we wanted to be a hub where the families in our community could come and celebrate each other, get gifts for each other, where, you know, our regulars are, our younger customers are our most regular customers. You know, we have one kiddo who comes in and we call this her cheers because she will come in, swing open the door and just go, "Hey guys," and every single person will immediately turn around and welcome her in. So that was big in creating our wide array of product, is that it's what the community has asked for and what the community's wanted. Like we got requests all over, like over the last couple of years for Lego. So we went and figured out how we can start stocking Lego. We get requests for cards, T-shirts, all sorts of stuff. So we just, whenever somebody asks and if we get enough questions on it, we just figure out how to stock it.
So the other thing you guys do is you do a ton of community events.
We do.
Including a big one next weekend that I'm really bummed I can't be here. For. Hold on, let me put you on camera. There you go. Graphic Novel Festival.
Yes, Graphic Novel Festival. So it is a full day long street festival where we shut down the street outside of our shop. We work in partnership with our local library, and they help us with, they do panel programming. So we have a giant 20 by 40 foot outdoor tent where we host panels, we host workshops. We've got one this year that is the entire workshop just on Junji Ito. And then we have a whole another 20 by 40 tent where we have a full artist alley, where we host between 12 and 16 different vendors. And then inside the shop, it's a party as well where we have creator signings. Like next week, we'll have Philip Kennedy Johnson, Trish Forstner will be back. We'll have Jordan Clark from Ancestral Recall. And it's from 9 to 5. It's a huge party, and it's all about bringing arts and literacy to the community of Baltimore.
Somebody else will be here next week, and we'll show a picture of that person.
That is correct.
Because it's super fun.
And they've been on camera twice.
Yeah.
Gotta love Michael Torma, especially Michael Torma with a full head of hair and not a beard from high school.
Yeah, that's Baby Torma, everybody.
That is Baby Torma.
So, but he will be here next week representing Oni Press.
He will be here representing Oni Press. He will be talking about the business of a graphic novel and how it goes from once it's written through editorial and publishing and sales and into all of the hands of the readers and us comic shops.
But beyond Graphic Novel Fest, something else you guys do, and I know you take great pride in this, is your book clubs. And, you know, your ability to grow and build community in your shop. Tell me a little bit about that.
So we have we have 5 different book clubs. We've got book clubs. We have 3 different graphic novel clubs. We've got a horror club, a queer all year club, and a superhero club. Our clubs are a little different in that we invite the creators to join in on the conversation, and it's really fostered an incredible community within our book clubs, where we end up our clubs will bring dinner and we'll share, and it'll be a potluck as well, and we get to find out about the stories of how these creators came into the business, what their inspiration was for the stories, and you know, who they were envisioning while they were doing the artwork and the line and the penciling. So those are our graphic novel clubs, but we also have 2 other clubs. One that we just started, which is our romance club, which is a mix between prose and graphic novels, as well as a club that started in partnership with a local domestic violence resource center, where we explore the green and red flags and beige flags of queer relationships in media. So it's not necessarily just a book club, it's more of a media club, where we'll watch Netflix shows, we'll read books, we'll watch movies, and discuss how we can spot green, red, and beige flags in a queer relationship.
Very cool, very interesting. Do you remember your first local comic shop experience?
This is actually a great question. I don't fully remember it, except for it was up in the Adirondacks, and I was 12 years old, I think, picking up a Spider-Man comic during summer camp.
Very cool. What is the thing that I don't even know how to ask this question without giving away the answer, because I think I know the answer. Because again, I've spent a lot of time here this year, or over the years. What is the thing that, in your opinion, makes comic shops such a great hub for community?
It's a place where anybody can come and be themselves. You don't have to put on a mask. You don't have to, unless you want to. You don't have to hide who you are, what you are, or anything like that. Anyone can come and be themselves and show up however they would want to be. And that is the most important thing that I find about comic shops, is that they are the best way to foster that.
Very cool. Let's go back to Graphic Novel Festival.
Yeah, let's do it.
You talked about closing down the street. You
Yes.
talked about having a big festival.
Yep.
Or having a big tent, having all these creators. What does that do beyond the day, right? We're talking about local comic shops as a third place. Yep. So today is about, some of that, and next week for you guys is certainly about some of that. What have you seen in doing Graphic Novel Festival before that leads to the third place kind of happening from that?
Yeah, we have seen like a much larger increase in folks, and especially youth, wanting to get into comics and graphic novels, figuring out that they want to learn how to write, or draw, or any of the aspects like penciling, coloring, things like that. And to such extent where we've actually begun starting writing workshops, and we'll this coming year we'll actually be writing or launching a art workshop on like how to draw a graphic novel, and we're hoping to also start some script writing workshops, because writing comics and graphic novels is quite different than writing a prose book. So it's really figuring out what the community wants and growing from there.
Very cool. I just had that moment where the Windows reset sound plays in your brain.
Yep.
Yeah. You guys spend a lot of time in your shop, you and Miranda. And I've noticed being here that, again, this is a lot of folks' third place. Is there a thing that you would suggest to other retailers who are out there that you guys have done intentionally or unintentionally, but that you've noticed that has led to that? And I say that thinking about the two kids I saw in here the other day that were just super comfortable hanging out with you guys while their mom worked. Like what is it that you guys have done that has sort of led to that?
It's not just being a comic shop owner, but also being a friend. It's not just being the person behind the counter, but it's being the space that you can come to if you need to blow off steam. It's being the space that you can come to if you're in trouble, because we'll help you figure it out. It's being the face and making sure that you're not always behind the counter, but that you're knowing every single customer's name, all of at least your regulars, to the best of your ability, and being friendly with them.
Okay, I'm just going to ask a dumb question now.
If it's what I had for breakfast, I forget.
No, it's not. It's which part do you like better, selling comics, making coffee?
Selling comics.
Which part smells better?
Making coffee.
Are you sure? Because new comics smells pretty special.
There was that period of time where we were getting those print-on-demand comics that had that really funky smell.
Oh, that's fair. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you win. Okay. I was gonna argue that new comic smell is really, really great.
Yes, I think we've gotten back to the right smell of new comics.
So, Sam, if you could give a piece of advice to another retailer out there, again, who's just looking to start, because you guys have not been here all that long. You started during the pandemic.
Yep.
What advice would you give to somebody who's out there going, I want to start a comic book shop?
Listen to your community. Find out what the community wants. Find out what the community needs. Fill the void that's missing, and build from there.
Very cool. You guys were nominated for an Eisner Award this year.
Yes, we were.
What was that like?
It was. I can curse on this, right, Kyle?
Keep it PG-13.
All right, sounds good. It was pretty freaking awesome and surreal. This was our first year being eligible, as this was our 2-year point in our brick and mortar. We weren't expecting our community to nominate us even to get into the participating shops, let alone making it to the finals. That was never something that was on my bingo sheet this year. It was surreal, and I am so glad we got to share the table at the Eisners with 4 4 other incredible retailers, and bravo to Akira for their absolutely incredible shop. And I can't wait to get over to Madrid and see it in person.
Our first guest this morning, the Miranda brothers, Akira is their local comic shop.
Nice.
And I'm like, so we're gonna talk specifically about at least 3 Eisner nominees from this year, and I'm gonna ask about all of them. So you made an Eisner video and you sent it to me.
I did.
Do we want to watch the Eisner video?
Go for it.
All right. So while I cue this up here, tell me a little bit about what that process was like. So you get nominated for an Eisner, then what happens?
So you get an email from the treasurer of Comic-Con, who basically tells you have, I think it was between 3 and 4 weeks to create a video that can't be any longer than 5 minutes discussing your shop, as well as submit information about what your shop does for the community, how you choose the products that you are gonna stock, as well as what initiatives you are doing moving forward in the spirit of retailing. It was an absolutely labor-intensive process, and there's no way we would have been able to do it without the help of Comics Pro. I gotta give that plug out there. Between Aton, Katie, Shannon, there's no way we could have done it without their help.
Absolutely, and I, Comics Pro is where we met.
Yes.
You guys had gotten the scholarship. Was it the first year?
The first year, yeah, Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and you guys came and you're like, "Hey, I hear you spend time in Baltimore," and I'm like, "I do." And
yep.
We kind of hit it off from there. And so, guys, when we talk about today, Comics Pro is such a big part of Local Comic Shop Day, but they really are out here on the front lines for shops like Dreamers and Make Believers.
Yep.
Making things possible, giving them resources, giving them opportunities that otherwise you may have just kind of had to be like, I don't know, throw your hands up in the air and go, I don't know what to do.
Yeah. And I mean, we wouldn't have the comment metadata without Comics Pro. And who knows what publishers would be doing with their barcodes.
They wouldn't exist, and they would be made in crayon.
Yep.
All right, so let's take a look at your Eisner video,
Go
and
for it.
Then we'll talk about that afterwards.
All right.
Welcome to Dreamers and Make Believers, Baltimore's one and only community comic book store, bookshop, and coffee house. We are proudly queer-owned and operated, and from the moment you walk through our glass doors, we aim to be a safe, welcoming third space for all. Guests are warmly greeted by both our barista and our bookshop staff at the accessible cash wrap. Just beyond, you'll see our land of new arrivals. In the center stretches our teen and adult new releases, with areas for superhero stories, manga, indie trades, and original graphic novels, followed by cookbooks, gift books, and even new prose. These tables are often a visitor's first stop, perfectly placed for browsing while you await your order at the cafe. Across the way, our clear acrylic shelves show off the latest periodical comics, alphabetized by series with no differentiation by publisher, to make it easier to discover something new. From there, you'll find our kids' new releases, and then the heart of our store, our all ages section, proudly watched over by our mascot, Nia the Unicorn, named of course for Nia Nal, aka Dreamer, the first trans superhero on TV. Designed with help from local teachers, our children's area is broken down by reading level, with books then organized by title, to make it easy for kids to find the next installment of a beloved series, or perhaps stumble on something new that both kiddos and their grown-ups can be confident will be aged just right. We also highlight kids' books by local creators and spotlight information about our Kids Graphic Novel Club, hosted monthly. Readers who have graduated into young adult will pop to the next level of the shop to find the YA section, also organized by title, beside our young adult and adult local title spotlight. The back of our shop is bursting with thousands of graphic novels for adult readers, organized by genre rather than publisher, to make it easier to navigate for new graphic novel readers and diehard fans alike. Under our magical rainbow window at the back, you'll find our always popular zine section. And that window does make the store a little extra magical each night as the sun sets. After sunset is also when you'll find some pretty amazing activities happening up front in our cafe, including our 3 themed graphic novel clubs: Heroes and Villains, Chillers and Thrillers, and Queer All Year. Hosted monthly, these casual, curated, engaging conversations often have creators in attendance, creating an even more passionate discussion among readers. Perhaps our most unique club is our Queer Relationship Case Study Club, which was developed in partnership with a local domestic violence shelter to explore healthy queer relationships using graphic novels and other media as our guides. That partnership, and those with local schools, libraries, nonprofits, and other small businesses and more, are the key to what makes Dreamers and Make Believers truly a place by and for the community. While we carry graphic novels in a variety of genres and by a diverse set of creators, our specialty is those by and for women, BIPOC folks, and the queer community, groups long underrepresented in comics culture. From small lifts, like providing free menstrual products in our public restrooms, to larger undertakings, like closing once a month to host Baltimore's Queer Family Village, we have ensured that being by and for the community is a mythos that rings true in all that we do. There are 2 initiatives that showcase this, for which we are especially proud. The first being our Gay It Forward program. This could be best described as a little queer-free library, where graphic novels by queer creators, especially those targeted by book bans, are made freely accessible, no questions asked, in the very front of our shop. But the initiative that's perhaps most rewarding for both us and the community? That's our Graphic Novel Festival. With the inaugural event held in 2024, this one-day free event celebrates sequential art through panels, workshops, vendors, and even free graphic novels for attendees. Created to help address the impact on kids' reading interest and confidence after the pandemic, our first event saw nearly 1,000 community members in attendance, and we're gearing up for even more in year 2 with our event this fall. Whether you're popping in to snag a new Lego set, join one of our monthly art classes, attend a creator signing, or enjoy a drag story time, we have a special title, special item, or special event sure to captivate. And even if you're just popping in to grab a coffee at our cafe, you'll still get a taste of our nerdy flair thanks to our themed drinks. So grab a seat on our comfy couch, take a peek at our wall of local art for sale, and catch a break from reality for a minute in our little world. You'll find magic, community, and a touch of make-believe.
All right, that was a really cool video, and shout out to Miranda for nailing the voiceover. You told me 1 take.
Yep, 1 take.
Awesome. So, tell me, tell me about making that video.
So we did not have a lot of time to get that video made. We really called out to our community to get that to happen. And between my camera gear that we threw together, one of our customers and friends who's an editor for the local PBS station, we were able to really come together and throw that video together between 4 full days of filming in the shop and editing down 600 16-second clips into a 5-minute video.
Yep, been there. No, and I think it shows how dedicated you guys are in that video. Like, there's so much happening, and like I hadn't even gotten to the Gay It Forward cabinet yet, like, which was something we were going to talk about. But one of the things that I wanted to bring up, but we'll go to Gay It Forward first. So tell us about that, like this beautiful cabinet that we can see over your shoulder that's in the shop.
So anybody who's seen the little free libraries that are all over the world of, you can just go in and grab a book and take it, replace it, bring in some more. It's similar to that concept, except it's only for queer books, and it is a free resource that anyone can come in, no questions asked. Even if they want to come into the shop, grab a book out of that cabinet, and immediately turn around and walk out, they can absolutely do that. So it's fully stocked and funded from the community. We have people who come in and will buy a book a week for it, or will bring a book home, read it, and then be like, somebody else needs to read this book also. So here's either my copy, or I need to buy a copy from you guys for this.
Very cool. One of the other things that I want to talk to you about is you do something that, in my opinion, is a little innovative with your new comic wall. And I'll be honest, I struggle with it because I am an old man at heart. And I do the same thing whenever I go into a local comic shop. I walk up to the wall and start pulling books off. But that's not how you treat your new comic book wall.
It is not. It's how we had our comics wall up until about 2 months ago, where unfortunately some things happened that forced us to change our comics wall. And now our comics wall is more like a menu, in that we have one of each item that we have in stock for our new comics wall up on the wall, and then the rest are sitting behind the main counter. So from there, it gives us an added touch point also to a customer, and it really adds into the value of hand selling, in that somebody can, go up to the new comics wall, grab the new issue of Exquisite Corpses, and they can say, oh my god, I love this series. And then from there, we can be like, awesome, you love Exquisite Corpses, you're also probably gonna like Everything Dead and Dying. And it really helps us get to know our customers a little bit better, and also expand our customers' readership.
I like that. And again, I'm one of those, I keep messing it up because I keep taking books off the wall instead of just telling you, hey, I need one of these and one of those.
I haven't yelled at you yet about it.
I understand, but that doesn't mean my brain doesn't yell at me, dude. It's like what goes on in my brain is very different than what happens on the outside. Like, I walk into a comic shop, it's like I still hear my mom's voice, don't touch anything. And then it's like, but you have to, otherwise how you buy the stuff, But as we kind of start to bring her down here to kind of wrap up our portion of the conversation here, where do you see yourself? I know you guys are planning, because I know you guys that way. Where do you see yourself in a year for next local comic shop day?
For next local comic shop day, right here. Hopefully sitting at this exact same spot across the table from you, welcoming all of our customers in with open arms. Like, our first ever subscriber is actually about to walk in the door right now, who is one of the folks who helped us cut the ribbon at our grand opening, Mr. Wes Buxton. Yep. I gotta embarrass him every once in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. What else is your first subscriber good for if you don't embarrass him once in a while?
Exactly.
Not at all regular income. No,
no, not at all. He's the reason we carry Lego.
Right? All right. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes.
Okay.
Rant about barcodes.
Oh, God. Django opened me up to, between Django and Brian Garside, they opened me up into an entire world where, to the point where somebody in one of our book clubs actually asked me about barcodes. And then I did a 15-minute PowerPoint on how to read a comic barcode. And everyone was super thankful for it. They may have hated me after. I know some of them are watching the stream right now and are probably going to send me a message. That's
why I asked.
That's great. It's also, it brings me to the fact that in one of our last book clubs, we were talking about how to tell what printing a prose book is, and then I went on a 5-minute diatribe about that. Yeah, I love barcodes, and I love when publishers get them right, and I really hate when they get them wrong.
Right.
don't reuse your barcodes. Please don't.
Yeah, and there are a couple of publishers out there that they use barcodes from other things.
Yep.
Yeah, don't do that either.
Nope.
Like I get that you're trying to save a buck, and I love the super underground indie feel of doing that kind of stuff.
Yep.
But like Avi, we talked about this, man. Shout out to our friends at Silver Sprocket.
Yep.
Love Avi and Josh and all those guys. Okay. Let's handle the business first, and then we'll get around to anything else we want to do.
Oh boy.
Tell everyone where they can follow you on social media and on the internet so that they can find out more about Graphic Novel Festival and all the other things that you do here.
Yeah, so for Graphic Novel Festival specific stuff, follow Graphic Novel Festival on Instagram. You can find Dreamers and Make Believers on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Blue Sky. Yes, Twitter, we can absolutely dead name. And we are there as Dreamers Be More. Or you can find us online at dreamersbemore.com for our entire in-store inventory. For anything coffee related, definitely follow us on Instagram at Reverie Be More. You can see me making some drinks every once in a while. And yeah, we have a TikTok, but we don't use it.
All right, we're going to have a little bit of fun.
Okay.
Let's
I'm
sell
scared.
some comics.
Let's sell some comics.
Yeah, so this is the new wall.
You're right.
Dreamers and Make Believers. So I'm going to just scroll through, and if you are somebody out there who doesn't have a local comic shop, once the earthquake ends from Sam adjusting himself to be able to see the screen.
Whoops.
No, we're good. Let's. If you're someone out there without a local comic shop and you need a book, throw it in the chat. We're just gonna go slowly down the wall here, and just kind of take a look at what they have. That was too fast. So we've got the new Beneath the Trees with Nobody Sees. There's
Absolute favorite series.
Catacomb of Torment, which is your local comic shop day. Everything Dead and Dying. Why is this so bad? There we go. Now we're good. Everything Dead and Dying by Tate Bromal and what is it? Jacob Phillips?
Yep.
Invisible Man, Jeff the Land Shark, Mark Spears Monsters, Who's for the Fallout. If you guys see anything, tell me to stop. We're gonna. Oh, great! We're past this here. Viking Moon by our friend Joe Pruitt, right there. New image book from Joe Pruitt.
I mean, if you're not reading Exquisite Corpses, what are you reading?
Right. What are you even doing?
And White House Robot Romance.
Right. White House Robot Romance is super fun.
You know, I got to give a shout out to, our friends Chip at Distillery. Every single person that comes into our shop really loves the Distillery books and the format of them. I know they're not super popular at a lot of other shops, but we are in one of the premier arts districts in the state of Maryland. So we love the large format books, and our customers love the large format books. So keep doing it, Chip.
They still have Batman #1.
I do. And you ready for this? I still have blind bags of Batman #1. They're available on our website right now.
So if you head over to the website, you can buy them. Hey, there's Miranda. We were shopping. We were just going through the wall. We were just shopping.
Oh yeah,
no, take your time. This is what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, Wes is about to buy Everything Dead and Dying.
Right, Wes is about to buy the book that I'm most interested in from today.
Yeah. I mean, it is a fantastic book. I'm glad that Tiny Onion was able to get out some local comic shop day exclusives for it.
Right, absolutely. So, guys, that's kind of a look at the wall. Head over to
DreamersBeMore.com on the internet, or Instagram is also at DreamersBeMore, Facebook at DreamersBeMore, Twitter at DreamersBeMore, and Blue Sky at DreamersBeMore.
Absolutely. Go over to those places, check those places out, and you'll be able to buy anything that's in this store.
Yep.
Except for me, and probably except for a cup of coffee.
Yeah, can't buy a cup of coffee online. And you can't buy the special Ace sketch cover that Trish just did.
No. Unless, again, you put in the comments that you want to buy it, and then I go over and buy it from Trish, and then you just pay me back. Like, that's a thing we can do.
We can recreate it. We could do another one.
We could do another Ace the Bat Dog. You know what I think we need?
What do we need?
I think I need to commission Trish to do a Ninja Turtle as Ace the Bat Hound.
Interesting. As Ace the Bat Hound?
Yeah. A ninja, like just a turtle dressed as Ace, like as it's his Halloween costume. I think I'm commissioning that in just a second.
There you go.
So, everybody, thank you to Sam for hosting me. Thank you to Sam and Miranda for having, I'm just going to swear, a dope-ass shop. And a place that I can come and hang out and be comfortable while I'm here. Stay tuned. We've got way more stuff coming on Local Comic Shop Day here live from Dreamers and Make Believers. I will probably wind up eating another bagel. I may even do it on camera. We'll see. But stay tuned. And we're going to show you some great videos from some great friends of ours who have sent in cool videos to be shared and to be seen today for Local Comic Shop Day. And what's super cool, what I'm super excited about too, is we're going to head to Richmond, Virginia in just a minute, to Richmond Comics. They are having an all-city, store-wide, like if you're anywhere near VCU, there's no excuse not to get comics in Richmond today. So we're going to go down and check those out in a little bit with Tommy Donovan from Richmond Comics. So stick around. We will be right back.
People of all ages, of all walks of life can all come in and we can all have positive, good conversations with people we normally wouldn't otherwise do. Hi, I'm Charles, and this is Geek Out. Let's geek out. Geek Out is a small chain of comic and gaming stores in the DFW Metroplex. We have one store in Burleson, Texas, and one store in Mansfield. Both of our locations are approximately 4,000 square feet, which is half retail and half gameplay area. And our tables are always free to play at. So regardless of what your interest is, we have what you're looking for. Geek Out was founded to have a safe, inclusive place for everybody in the community to come and play their hobbies, get into new hobbies, come together and just have a community and be a place for everybody in our area to enjoy themselves and be comfortable. I have been a comic book reader for 30 plus years. I have always enjoyed the environment that a place like this gives. I met the original owner and he mentored me to the point where he would like me to carry on his legacy. We have continued to do that and grow the community bigger than we ever anticipated doing. The variety of products we carry ranges from comic books to Dungeons and Dragons, tabletop RPGs, tabletop wargaming like Warhammer. We sell various toys, action figures, almost any game that you can think of, we either already have in stock or can have in stock. We pride ourselves on being one of the largest free-to-play areas in the region. We want to be a place for everybody to come together and geek out, just like the name says. And our tables are always free. One of the things that we pride ourselves on is we have a very diverse, curated team. There's somebody that works here that will be more than happy to talk at length about whatever you're interested in. The things we're looking forward to is to continue to expand. We also would like to start getting into publishing our own games and publishing comics.
I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. Girl, you just don't realize what you do to me. When you hold me in your arms so tight, you let me know everything's alright. What kind of feeling? I'm high on believing that you're in love with me. Lips as sweet as candy.
This retro collectible shop is tucked away in a residential neighborhood on Donlands. Starting off on Donlands and Salmon Avenue, I'm gonna walk west on Salmon Avenue and it'll just be up ahead on the corner. And we are here.
In high school, I actually started a little comic shop in my backyard in a shed, and the cops had to come and close me down because I wasn't legal. So eventually, I decided to make a career out of it. Saw this opening here in East York, grabbed it, and off we went. Primarily, we're a vintage toy collectible shop, but we're very heavy into comic books, into video games, and into records. If we were any one thing, I don't think this place would work as well as it does.
How many collectibles do you think you have in the store right now?
Oh, geez, it would be well over 100,000. So primarily, we get it from collectors that come through the door. They're looking to upgrade or maybe move on from their collection. One of the rarest pieces we have in the store at the moment is this Luke Skywalker double telescoping saber. This was a first version Luke Skywalker that had a lightsaber that would extend a second time. They pulled it because it was fragile and expensive. Now these items are worth several $1,000s opposed to maybe several $100s. Definitely a rare piece, something I'm proud of, and something we've only had one of. What we hear a lot is collectors saying they don't want to tell other people about us because we are kind of a hidden gem. What we do appreciate is when people do talk about us, because we don't advertise and it's all through word of mouth. Every year we have 1 or 2 community events. We'll have raffles or we'll have giveaways, stuff for kids to do. It's free comic book day actually, first Saturday in May. What's great about our location is that we are in the middle of a community, and I see a lot of families coming, which is great. I see a lot of dads and moms talking about the stuff they grew up with and telling their children. It's kind of like a museum in that way. We grew kind of organically, and in the same building we had a smaller unit a couple doors down, and we outgrew that place and we moved over here to the corner unit, which is much larger. And to be honest, we're outgrowing this place, but it's been great here. I love being in the community, so we're going to stick it out as long as we can.
Welcome back into Local Comic Shop Day live on the EXP. In about 10 minutes from now, we will be joining Richmond Comics. We'll be going heading down to. Oh, you can't hear me. See, it always helps if I unmute the microphone, but that's live TV, right? Welcome back to Local Comic Shop Day here on the EXP. I am producer Kyle. I am your host for the day. I am live from Dreamers and Make Believers and Reverie Coffee in Baltimore, Maryland, where the sugar from the jelly on my child-type bagel has hit me, and I'm starting to shake slightly. So we'll keep tabs on that as the day goes on, as I get more exhausted and rely more and more on processed sugars to stay awake. But in about 10 minutes, we'll be joined by Tommy Donovan from Richmond Comics down in the greater Richmond area. They are having a massive event that he's going to tell us about, and he's going to tell us about what's happening in his store. So we'll be happy to check that out. But in the meantime, oh no, I haven't seen comments move in a minute, so How's everyone doing? I imagine everyone right now is just sort of, he's not doing anything stupid. He's not doing anything stupid. He's not doing, well, we're gonna. So, we're gonna look at a few more videos from some of our great friends here in the comic industry in just a second. But I wanted to mention something to everyone. We had some great partners come in to make this day possible here at the EXP, including AMP Comics, Comics Pro, obviously, Dreamers and Make Believers for putting us up. But any money we make today, we're splitting with Comics Pro, and they are going to use that money to provide scholarships to local comic shops to come to the Comics Pro annual meeting in LA. It's a big deal to be able to come to the Comics Pro annual meeting in LA. It's a big expense, but it is super helpful to local comic shops to be able to come. So any money we raise today will go to them. So if you feel so compelled to throw a super chat in the chat, to throw a couple of bucks our way in the super chat function, we are going to split that money with local comic shop, with Comics Pro, and the rest will go to obviously paying off my coffee tab. But if you guys feel like you should, compelled to do that, we would greatly appreciate it. But again, thank you to AMP Comics, thank you to Comics Pro, and thank you to Dreamers and Make Believers for sponsoring the day. Also, I want to thank all of our guests so far from today, the Miranda brothers, Roy and Iñaki, Miranda, Jason Strutz, David Byrne, Marvin Wynn, Tarma twice, Carl Choi from 24/7 Comics, Lee Heidel from Neighborhood Comics, Trish Forstner, Tone Rodriguez, AA Comics, Paul from AA Comics, Sam and Miranda here at Dreamers, and everybody else who's popped in. Shannon Live for popping in and giving me a lunch break. I appreciate all of you guys being here and supporting this. So while we wait for Tommy to join us, let's take a couple more looks from videos from local comic shops around the world who are joining us today and sharing in this experience, including a great shop down in the Houston area, the Adventure.
Do you guys have any D&D stuff? I hate busy days.
Hey Chaz, guess what?
What?
Dude, we're bringing it back.
Bringing what back?
The show.
What show?
The one that we used to do every week that people absolutely loved.
The Adventure Begin show? Yeah, well, you know what? People also love pods, but there's absolutely no reason for anyone to bring those back.
Come on, man. You gotta admit, people missed us. A whole year without our nonsense?
That whole year was our best season.
Dude, too bad. We're rolling again.
Fine, but if this thing tanks harder than the Green Lantern, this is on you.
We'll see.
Holy comic books, it's Batman!
Not just comic books, Billy. Bosco's has it all. T-shirts, baseball cards, models, posters, computer games, role-playing games, anything a law-abiding citizen could want.
Sorry, Batman, you sold me.
Just a Gotham City Minute, Billy. There's more. Bosco's has gift certificates. Take it from this Cape Crusader. Don't be a joker. Come to Bosco's.
Welcome back, everybody, to Local Comic Shop Day live on the EXP. I am your host, producer Kyle, coming to you live from Dreamers and Make Believers in Baltimore, Maryland. But we are going to head just down the highway about 3 hours. I almost drove down there the other day, but I'm going to save that for next week, maybe. To a shop in Richmond Comics where they are having, or a shop in Richmond, Virginia, Richmond Comics, where they are having a whole citywide event where everyone is trying to dodge the rain to get comics, and welcome in a good friend of the EXP, a regular on Comic Industry Insiders, Tommy Donovan. What's up, buddy?
Hello.
So you said you were worried that you were worried because you're doing it on your phone. You're going to be better than Torma, I guarantee. As long as we keep the video going, you beat Torma. How are things going, man? How's your day going?
Things are going really well. It got a little sketchy there for a bit with the rain, but it has calmed down quite a bit. I actually had to come outside because it's too loud in the shop currently to really talk.
That's the best news I've heard.
Yeah, it has been. It's been good. We had some tents, but as you can see, our vendors ended up on the sidewalk because the rain just did not want to cooperate. But it's been a really good day so far.
I did an event one time at a shop in Ohio where we set the tents up, and then the shop owner promptly flew away like Mary Poppins while trying to hold on to a tent in the wind. So probably best that they moved under the canopy. I'm not kidding.
Oh,
Gib
man,
almost
that's
died.
great.
It was hysterical. So tell us about the event you guys are having down there.
Well, when they really started talking about local comic shop day, even all the way back at Comics Pro in February, I started thinking like local comics shops are part of a larger community, and like Richmond has some of the best comic shops I've ever been up in Richmond. Let me reach out and see if I can talk everybody into joining me in marketing. As they all agreed. So they all trusted me with some money, and I started doing some marketing. I talked one of our local artists into doing an exclusive print for the day, which I'll introduce you to him in just a minute. He's inside. His name's Nick Justice. I decided I was going to create a little zine that's like, these are the shops in your neighborhood kind of thing, and introduce people who have never been to the other various shops in town to the people that run them. And then I was like, well, you know, if I can get people to go to all 4 shops, what could I do to talk them into doing that? So I made every store has a stamp with their logo on it. If you take your zine to all 4 shops and get it stamped, we put your name in a running to win a whole bunch of stuff. I have a ton of like promo stuff and autographed books that I've collected over the years. And on top of that, we're going to give away the original piece of art that Nick did for the print. So every shop in town is doing something. Velocity's got a sale going on. Stories has a sale and some local artists. Alpha has, I can't remember if they're doing a sale, but Drew Moss and Mark Deering are set up at their shop. And as of about a half an hour ago, Jamie Cosley and famous cartoonist Art Baltazar are here at my shop. So we're all doing as much as we can to get the word out that, hey, man, comics are cool.
Absolutely. And you guys got a kind of exclusive because Artie and Jamie are there at the shop.
Yes. So Art's new Dr. Seuss book comes out on Tuesday, but I contacted the folks at Penguin Random House and I was like, hey, I'm going to have Art at my store the Saturday before the book comes out. Is there any way that I can sell it early? And they were like, absolutely. You can sell it at the event, then put it away until Tuesday. How many do you need? Which I thought was amazing.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It hasn't always been that easy to work with people to do that kind of stuff. So I'm really impressed that they were able to do that.
Yeah, the guy.
All right, we froze up there for a second, so I think we're back now. So, other than the print and the zine and the Art Balthazar, what else do you guys have happening?
We've got, I turned my back room into a dollar book emporium. So I'll show you that in a minute as well. Whenever you guys want to take a little tour of the shop, we can,
Let's go.
Switch this camera around and we can go in. All right.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, let me make sure I can, let's see. All right.
There you go.
All right, we are live. Yeah.
Let's go ahead. Let's do it at Richmond Comics. The debut of Cat in a Hat. Thing one and thing two, I have homework to do. True. I'm Mark Baltimore. And this is my son, Chef Gordy. You are here live at Richmond Comics. Hello out there in YouTube TV land. You guys are awesome. Yeah, man. We're taking live questions right now. You got any questions?
Yeah, if anybody has questions for Art, throw them in the chat or text them to the EXP and we'll ask them.
Follow. Hit that like button. Click for notifications. You'll be happy you did. Go to artbaltazar.com for all the latest refreshments that I can provide you.
All right. Well, this has been the Art Baltazar portion of the program. We will return to him shortly. All right. I was told to ask you about Harold's Chicken.
Yeah, that's good. If you're in Chicago, man, it's the best place. Just prepare. Always tip them, though. You get your food faster. And I like mine with some lemon pepper and some hot sauce.
Okay.
You can't go wrong. It's
Excellent.
a Chicago staple. I don't know why they call it a staple, but it is.
Because it holds the whole city together.
That's right. It's better than tape.
All right, we're gonna do a little tour. We got our banned books display here. We've got our Eisner winner display.
That's actually indie books.
Oh, sorry, indie book display. There's just a lot of.
All right, guys, we may have had a temporary little disconnect there from Tommy. So we're just going to hang out and see if we get him back. In the meantime, I'm going to play a video clip from our friends up at Challengers featuring, the one and only Art Balthazar. There he's back.
I'm back. Okay. Well, I don't know if you saw this earlier, but this is local artist extraordinaire. Yeah, it should be fixed now. I hope. Yeah. I am now.
Yeah, you're good.
This is our print that Nick drew and Phoebe Hoagland did the colors on. And the idea behind this print was a little bit of a love letter to the history of the comic book culture in Richmond and also kaijus. I messaged Nick a few months ago about doing a print, and I was like, do you want to do this? And he was like, I'm driving back from New Jersey. Give me a minute. And by the time he got home, he had this cool idea for an EC-inspired cover. So what he did was did this, what I feel is an absolute beautiful EC cover. And then we included some of the original comic book visionaries of Richmond, Frank Miller from Richmond Comics, Dave from Dave's Comics, and Barry from Stories, and this little guy down here running away in this homage to Action Comics #1 is Brett Carreras, who owns the Virginia Comic Con. So it is a little bit of a love letter to comic books in Richmond. Anyway, we'll continue our tour. We've got manga section. We've got a lot of trades. We've got local radio celebrity. And then my back room, which is usually where I'm pricing books, has become a dollar book emporium for today. It's a lot of dollar books. So our kids section is something we're super proud of. We have a lot of little golden book racks. We have a lot of kids books. Little new release kids. So anyway, that is most of my store. If you guys have any other questions for Art, you should ask, because he is happy to answer them.
Absolutely. So, Tommy, give us your origin story as a comic retailer.
My origin story. So in high school, a local comic shop opened in the small town where I grew up, and I hung out there so much that they got annoyed with me, and then they closed. So that was. I think I got disconnected again.
We got you. We're back.
You're back. Okay. So I ended up hanging out at a shop where I played Magic and read comics so much that they gave me a job bagging and boarding books. And that was in 1994. I worked at that shop for a year or so, and then that ended not the best. So I stayed in and out of comics until around 99, 2000, when I got back into it really heavily. And then somewhere in the 2005, 2006,
Just give it a second. You'll be right back.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. Tommy's going to refresh and come back in the middle. And then while we do that, let's show you guys the promised Art Balthazar video. I don't know why I find that video so funny. Maybe it's that it's Art Balthazar and my good friend Chris in that video, or maybe it's the fact that, well, you can take anybody out of the window, but you can't take the window out of anybody. I don't know. So hopefully Tommy is on his way back, doing a little bit of a refresh, getting his internet situated. Hey, I hear him. He's back. Let's give him just a second to get everything connected here and rejoin the stream. Guys, if you're in the greater Richmond area, head over to Velocity or Alpha or Richmond or Stories Comics and take advantage of everything they're doing. Those guys all worked really hard putting it together, making sure they had killer events, and making sure that, you know, there's something for everybody at all of those great locations. So we'll give Tommy just another second while he connects his camera and his microphone back up, and remind you guys that if you're in the Richmond area, go get the zine that they published, and then go to all the shops to get the stamps. It's like in the old days when we used to bar crawl and you had to get all the stamps on your hand. But this one doesn't get you a hangover. It gets you entered into a giveaway for great stuff.
Hopefully this works better.
Yeah, you look good.
I switched to the laptop instead of my phone. So our live feed here in the store has been shut down because I'm using the laptop. But all right, my origin story in comics. I showed up here at Richmond Comics one day and never left, and they chained me to the register, and here I am, 20 years later.
Sounds fair.
Yeah,
it's kind of what happened to me too.
Well, the owner was looking to retire and needed somebody to kind of run the store day to day for him. So I took over. I took over running the store, and he moved down to the Virginia Beach area basically the minute the housing market crashed. So my first couple years running the store were rough. It was
I
not
imagine.
a good time. Not a good time for anybody.
What are some of the things though that like you have done as the owner of the shop that have really made it your own?
So I'm actually not the owner. I've just been the guy behind the counter running the place for 15 years. But I foster a positive experience. I talk to people all the time that go into shops and they're like, hey, what's good? And they're like, oh, nothing. And I work extremely hard to only talk about the books I like. I read a lot of books every week. And, you know, of the 25 comics I read a week, 5 of them are not for me. And it doesn't mean they're good or bad. It just means they're not for me. So I don't talk about those because I don't have anything to say about them. So I pick out the things that I'm excited about, and that's what I talk about incessantly. And what that has done is it has fostered an environment where people come in and they're like, hey, make me a recommendation. And then they trust that I like the thing that I'm selling. Where we're not one of those stores where people come in to get graded comics or like the fancy variants for the most part. We have cultivated a community of readers who it's like the old days in comic shops. And I hope it's this way across the country where on Wednesday morning, people come in and they want to discuss everything. And then they come back over the weekend and they want to talk about the books that they bought on Wednesday. And that, I like to think that has been a big part of what I have tried to foster in my 20 years here.
Very cool. That's a good answer. That's the answer I was looking for. There are a lot of shops in Richmond. There are, and you're working with 3 others today. How are the shops different? How is your shop different than Velocity or Alpha or Stories?
So I can tell you Velocity is down on the campus of Virginia Commonwealth University, and VCU has a huge art school and an art community. So Patrick can sell cool zines and Patrick's the owner of Velocity, in case that wasn't clear. He can sell books that I can't because my clientele is primarily superhero readers or like Image, Dark Horse, and IDW. They don't really venture out into the super underground indie publishing that much, where that is where Patrick thrives. He has really cool underground stuff. A lot of local creators have their books in his store. He's got a cool space and he sells a lot of really cool books that I, for whatever reason, have been unable to sell over the years. Stories has been around, in name at least, longer than Richmond Comics, and we opened in 1987. Story's original location closed a couple years ago, and they consolidated in one of their other stores, and they got new owners who are, much like me, excited about comics and really want to engage people in conversation about what's going on and what's happening. And I feel like us and Stories are the closest thematically. We do a lot of new releases. We do a lot of back issues. I will say that my kids section is bigger than anybody else's in town. I'm pretty proud of that. And then Alpha and Richmond Comics are now under the same umbrella. So they're what they're doing is kind of similar to what we're doing, but they have a smaller footprint and more gaming. They do a lot more with Pokemon and Magic than we do, which is weird because they have a much smaller footprint.
Cool. And it's always interesting to see stores in the same city be so different. You and I spoke about this when we talked earlier. When we were getting ready for this. It's always nice to see a shop that maybe has some different concepts and be able to visit multiple in a day.
Yes. And what I like about Richmond is I can leave my store and I can be at Velocity in 15 minutes. And then 15 minutes after that, I could be at Alpha. And then 15 minutes after that, I can be at Stories. And it's just like this really cool loop of comic shops around Richmond that I hope more people do after today.
Absolutely. I think they will. What are some of the things that make Richmond a unique comic scene?
They produce a lot of really cool artists that do a lot of really weird stuff. So we've got that going for us. One of the weird things about Richmond is that the city's not that big, but the suburbs go out forever. So like going from here to Velocity, like I said, it's only 15 minutes. But for a lot of people in Richmond, they're like, oh, it's too far. I can't do that. So we've got all these disparate communities of comic book fans all over Richmond. And like some of the communities, especially in the city, are very different than the ones out here where we're reading mostly superhero books or, the more well-known indie stuff. I apologize. I lost my train of thought. It's been a long day.
You're good. You're good. It's and that's kind of what that you answered the question, right? Okay. What makes it a unique comic scene and an art scene, and it is the university, and that was that's something that I've noticed in my time in Richmond is that it's like a lot like Columbus, Ohio, or a lot like Savannah, Georgia. The universities and the art make the art scene there.
And I would say, and I told Marco this at Comics Pro, trying to promote Richmond as a place to do the Comics Pro event, that we have everything that a big city has without having to be in a big city. We've got amazing food. We've got great museums. We have incredible parks. We've got everything that you would want without having to be in a New York or an LA.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I would agree with that statement. When you look at the current state of comics retail, mm-hmm. You've been doing this a long time.
Yes.
What has you excited?
Oh, the quality of the books has me excited. DC is at a creative high that I have not seen while I've been a retailer. Image is putting out Image has all their little like brands, like Ghost Machine is incredible. Tiny Onion is one of my favorite imprints ever. Like Image also creatively is at a high they haven't been since Walking Dead Invincible was coming out. So we've got all of these new ideas coming out. And like some smaller publishers, like I'm wearing my Rekka hat because I think the future is a really cool experiment. And those guys seem really excited to make comics. And I think that's what's most exciting about comics is how many people are excited about making them. A lot of times in the past, it has felt like people were churning out books just to churn out books. While making these dollar books, I found a lot of stuff that I was like, ooh, this was clearly in a creative drought. Where right now, it's the absolute universe, the ultimate stuff, Image, indie publishers. Right now, Oni, like the return of EC was huge for me. I was very excited about it. And the stuff that they're doing with the Nacelle universe, I think all that stuff's really cool. There's so much good stuff coming out right now that it's impossible to walk into a comic shop and not find something. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention Ignition. I am so excited for everything that publishers doing. And even though some of the books aren't really aimed at me, the ones I've read have been phenomenal. So I'm just excited about the excitement from the publisher. And I say new guys. The guys at Ignition aren't exactly new. They've
Right.
made some of our favorite comics for the last 25 years. So anyway, I'm excited about the excitement.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you the other side of that coin, right? You can't say distribution. What's the biggest challenge that we're facing as retailers right now?
Social media. And mostly what is negatively impacting us are the overwhelming talking about. I see so many people who come out with these huge negative, whatever, these rants about a product that they clearly haven't read, or they've read the Wikipedia article of, and they've decided, oh, this is the worst thing that has ever happened. And the biggest recent thing I can say about that is
shout out to Vanna White behind you.
Yes. We're gonna be promoting Art and Jamie quite a lot today. I couldn't quite see who was behind me, but the Red Hood nonsense, the absolute hatred that Zeb Wells' Amazing Spider-Man got. And I wouldn't say Zeb Wells' Amazing Spider-Man was a great book. It was fine, but it was not the worst thing that's ever been put on paper. I read that back in the 90s. It was nowhere near.
I think we all read that back in the 90s.
Yes, we did.
I'm looking at you, Warriors of the Plasm. And that's only because I have a long box full of you.
I have some of my dollar bins if you need some more.
I'm good. I'll be good for the rest of my life. Is there a product line that you offer or that you've started offering or something that you've started offering in the shop that you're like, this has revolutionized and changed, or this has really lit a fire in my shop that I didn't expect?
I don't think there's a product line exactly, but I do think there's been a shift in presentation, and the way that things are displayed. Because I mean, for when I started working here, we were a pretty standard comic shop. We had, back issues on the wall and boxes full of books, and all of our trade paperbacks and hardcovers were spine out. Nothing was faced out. And I think that going to more of a bookstore model, where more of the face of the book is out there, really changed the way that people viewed it. I don't know why exactly. Well, I do know why, because covers are pretty and people buy books based on their cover. But we put little tags in our books that is like, if I recommend a book, it's got staff pick with Tommy. If it's an Eisner winner, we have a little Eisner tag. If it's something that we think is especially cool, we'll put a little tag in it. If it's a LGBTQ book, we have a little tag for that. Like, spotlighting different things that we're excited about really has changed how many copies of a thing we move through over the life cycle of it. And I think that if you have the space for it, it is the best way to do it. And if you don't have the space for it, try to figure out how to make it work. Because facing out especially the trade paperbacks and graphic novels that you're excited about, if somebody's looking at the cover and they're like, I wonder why that's out where I can see it, you can start a conversation real easy like that.
Absolutely. So you're someone that I met through Comics Pro, and I mean, as is basically everybody on the stream today, which is a fun thing. Let's talk a little bit about Comics Pro. What has Comics Pro meant to you as a retailer?
So I think the knowledge base of Comics Pro, and I don't mean like documentation that has been written, and I don't mean like websites that I can go to. I mean the interactions that I have with other retailers, whether it's on the Facebook group or in the Discord, or like when you and I talked on the phone last week. Every one of us has a significant amount of knowledge about this industry, but we all have a little something different. And putting hundreds of us in a room together, some of the best ideas in the industry come out in that room every year. Going to the Comics Pro conference in person has become my favorite week of the year. It is my most important work-related thing that I do all year. I go there, I talk to publishers, I talk to distributors, I talk to retailers. But really what I do is I come out of there, and it's an exhausting week-long process, but I come out of there with more energy and more excitement for this industry than any other time of the year, because I'm in a room full of people who are just as excited as I am about comics, and we all actively want to make the industry better, which I think it's lost a lot, especially on social media, where people just complain constantly. And even if your complaint is coming from a good place where you're like, I wish this thing was different. Cool, me too. Let's get in a room and let's come up with solutions. Let's figure it out. And for me, Comics Pro is the place where we're gonna all become Brian Garside, and we're gonna save the comic book industry.
Don't say that too loud. He comes up after you, and his head's going to get so big it won't fit on screen. So that's the other thing that was one of the other things I wanted to ask you about is you are very active in the chat on Comic Industry Insiders Live. I see you in the Facebook groups. I see you in these places. Has that had a positive effect on the store overall? Just you're being active in those?
Yes.
Forums?
Yes, because traditionally in this industry, we base all of our orders on our pre-orders. So if the best example I can give you from recently is Orla from Mad Cave. Orla was one of those books I would have overlooked. I saw it on the FOC, and I was like, I don't know what that is. It's whatever. And so I get an email from Mad Cave, and they're like, hey, you should check out these books. Here's a PDF. Go ahead and give it a read and see what you think. I went from ordering 0 copies and I didn't order a ton. I ordered 5, and I sold out. And then I ordered, ordered up a little bit of number 2. So stuff like that like getting information from publishers and from other retailers. Like if a retailer goes into one of our groups or into the Discord and they're like, hey, I just read this thing. It's really cool. You should check it out. I am more apt to go check it out than if I hadn't read anything from anybody. I try really hard to read as many of my emails every week as I can. And we get a lot. Retailers get a lot of informational emails. But the ones that I pay the most attention to are the ones that have a PDF attached that I can read the issue before I order it. I can't tell you how many books that I would have skipped that I have ordered and now we have a fan base for because I got a PDF ahead of time.
No, I completely agree with that. I mean, and shout out, you mentioned Mad Cave. Shout out to Mad Cave for being one of the easiest companies to get PDFs from, man. Like, they do a heck of a job of getting that information out to retailers all the time.
And before the PDFs became prevalent, I remember, I think it was Mad Cave that used to send us like preview copies, like physical copies in our diamond shipments a few months before we ordered the book. And a few of their books I ordered up on because of that.
Yeah, I think I remember getting their first offering in the mail going, what the heck is this company? And what is this weird book? And it was Battle Pugs or whatever. And it's like, okay, I could sell this. This is okay. Everybody likes pugs. I could sell this. So let's do this, man. If you're able to move, let's go back over and check out your guests. Check out your lineup of our friends who are there.
All right.
And see if Art Balthazar can say anything else crazy.
I believe in him. I believe that he can.
I believe in him too.
Are we still live?
Yeah, we're still live.
Let's go, man.
They wanted to talk to you, man. They're done with me.
Let's go. Who do they want to say?
So, hey, Art, tell us about the Cat in the Hat book.
This one right here.
Yeah, tell us about it.
This one is the second book. It comes out Tuesday, so this book is from the future right now. This is the Cat in the Hat. Thing 1 and thing 2 have homework to do. I wrote and drew the first book. This is the second one, and I get to be the new Dr. Seuss for these last few years. But I'm more like the HMO Dr. Seuss. You know, I'm the guy you get with your insurance, not the main guy. But it's still fun, man. And I didn't have to rhyme or I didn't have to draw like the good doctor. So this book is totally the way I make comics. So it's really cool, man. It's real funny. Here's a sneak peek at the inside. And I think this second book is funnier than the first one, which is really cool. Yeah, man, it's awesome. I had so much fun drawing this, and I get to and look at Richmond Comics here. I signed all of them. So look at, there's a sketch in every one of these books. Like this one's whistling. Yeah, man. Yeah, what else you
So
got?
cool.
Yeah.
No, I just what else? So we've got the Cat in the Hat. What's happening with your other things? The stuff you do with Franco.
Well, look
Some
at
of that kind of
I
stuff. You
got
guys
one better
got
than
stuff
that.
coming up?
Boom! Today's Fribbits. I worked with Jamie Cosley and Todd Webb and Tyler Cosley, and every year we do a book together around this time, September, October, and we team up. And there we are on the back. That's what we look like when we're at our best. But this is a collaboration book. It's like an anthology book with we all draw different stories. But yeah, it's cool, man. And me and Franco have a book, Flash Gordon Volume 2 comes out in November, and that's going to be an anthology book. It's me and him, but a whole bunch of other guys in there. There's like 80 pages or 90 pages of Flash Gordon adventures based on my design, so it's really fun. And in January, I got so much. I got the All Yeah Comics Universe launches in January with Action Cat Volume 1 in January, and then in May is Webster the Spider Monkey, and then Meteor Mite in September, I think. So I got a bunch, man. And there's going to be a Yogs collection. Look, I'm just promoting everything. I got Yogs. These guys. I got a trilogy. I got a trilogy of books. These 3 books. This one just came out in August, part 3 of Yogs. But in March, there's going to be a collection. It's 300. I just approved it today. I'm not lying. A 312-page Yogs collection. It's real big, man. It can hold up your door. Like, it keep your door open. You could level a table with it. You could, send it to space. It's going to be the first book in space. But it's but it's really cool, man. I've been working so much on comics and my own characters, and I got a lot of secret stuff coming up that I can't tell. Like, I could tell you there's some secret stuff coming, and you could say, I knew about that, but I can't tell you what it is until maybe later this year, next year. But yeah, man, it's good. It's good stuff.
So you're there with Jamie and the rest of the Fribbits gang.
I am. Look at I'm in a position. There's Jamie Cosley. There's Toad McWebbages, and there's my son Gordon Baltazar, Chef Gordy, aka Chef Gordy. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
so guys, give us the pitch on Fribbits.
Let's go. Tell them, guys.
Well, my story is a character. His name is Windsor High Jumps, and he's from Blue Scar the Barbarian, which is a graphic novel that I've been working on since 2020. This is the first 4 comics in one collection. Windsor is from this universe. And Todd?
I draw a daily comic strip called The Poet. And so in Fribbits, I did a new comic strip called Dog and Frog. We had to do frogs in our comics. Like, that was the constraint of Fribbits.
Yeah. We had a frog-themed book.
All of our comics have frogs in them. But mine's called Dog and Frog and has this weird
duo in there.
We got trading cards too. Man, we're going all out with this, man. It's real fun.
I love the idea of doing an anthology together every year, doing a book together with the same group of guys every year, and just like, hey, this is a point that I can look forward to every year, working with the same group of people.
You know what? I'm going to give you an exclusive.
Oh, you're
right
going to
now.
announce it?
I'm going to announce it here.
Nice.
I was going to wait for Facebook. Facebook will be the typed up announcement, but we do a book every year, and this year we had a trivia contest to see who would determine the theme of our new book, and it was Todd. We call him Toad because it's frogs, but Todd won the trivia contest, so he was able to pick the theme. But we all kind of had a mutual thing. So we'd like to do like one-shot books, and this year it's going to be a monster-themed book because we're planning on doing a Halloween-style show, and we're going to do it in my shop in beautiful downtown Skokie near Chicago called Oh Yeah Comics. We're going to reveal our book there, and the title of the book is called Creature Nuggets. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do it similar to this. We're all 4 of us creators are going to.
We had a very serious discussion.
We did
to come up with that name.
We were writing notes back and forth all morning at
You
Waterloo
can't see any
games.
of those titles.
Yeah, you can't see. Some of the titles are X-rated, but then we would have to get like the image guys to do it, so we didn't want to do that. But we're gonna launch a book called Creature Nuggets coming out around this time next year, And these are so much fun to do because we do low print runs. There's only about 200 copies of this, but we do that every year. We've been doing it for the last. This is the third one, third book.
Yeah.
So Creature Nuggets will be book 4. It's gonna be so much fun, man. And we went through several titles, and that one stuck. And it's got that sound, Creature Nuggets, like it's got those syllables.
Well, and in the Chicago accent, it sounds even better.
Yeah, Chicago. Yeah, that's right. Chicago. Yeah, you know, you're in my neighborhood, 33rd Street. You know, yeah, me and the guys will meet you on the corner. Yeah, yeah. Go Sox, the Cubs. Yeah.
So Tommy, if somebody wants to pick one of these books up, how can they do that from you?
Fribbits, they're available on all of our websites. You put in our name. We got artbaltazar.com, jamiecousley.com, and toddbot.com. But you can put Todd Webb, you'll still find them. But we'll have these books on our websites, or whenever we appear at conventions or store signings, we'll have these until they're gone. But so far, we have them. We have a bunch. I have 50 copies at home in Chicago. So be careful. Chicago. See, I said it's Chicago. It's not Chicago. Not Chicago. It's Chicago. It's
Chicago.
Not it's sausage. It's sausage. It's cheese and sausage. That's why you want your pizza. But yeah, man. Just look online. Google us. You'll find it. Google Fribbits.
But hey, Tommy, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
If somebody
Yes,
wants
I
to
can.
pick up, if somebody wants to pick up a copy of Thing 1 and Thing 2, have homework to do, signed by Art from today, is that something that they can do from you?
It is. It will be available in the store. We don't really have a web store. So if you want to send us a message on social media all over the universe at Richmond Comics, we will we'll get it to you. Like if you want to buy a copy,
I'm more or less asking for me.
Okay, gotcha. All right, I'll make sure you get one.
Yeah, I'm more or less asking for me. I don't have to drive to Chicago to get one signed. So. What else? What else can people look forward to the rest of the day there? What other events or things do you guys have coming up here in the near future that people should be looking out for?
So this event is the last one we have scheduled, really until Free Comic Book Day, as far as big events go. And I kind of need a break. This one was a lot. It took and I'm sure you feel the same way, where you could really use a break after this, because I know you've been going a little crazy putting all this together. The next thing I have going on, I guess, is the Virginia Comic Con. Oh, hey, that's backwards. November 22nd, Virginia Comic Con. But we here at Richmond Comics, we are just doing our normal thing, man. Like Wednesdays are always great. Saturdays have become like family days for us. Like I said, we have a huge kids section, so we have a lot of like parents and their kids come in looking for things. And what I really like, that mom, dad, kids, whoever can all find something that they'll like. So yeah, as far as, I'm sorry, that's a terrible answer, but I don't really have any.
No, it's a great answer, because nobody needs to be as crazy as I am and have another event next weekend and another event 2 weekends after that. So it's good to have the Richmond or the Virginia Comic Con coming up, and then take a break till we figure out what's happening with Free Comic Book Day.
Yeah, and we've already decided, no matter what happens with Free Comic Book Day, we're having one. Like, it doesn't matter. We're doing it, and we're going to do it just as big as we always do. Whether there are free books to give away or not, we will figure it out. It is our best event of the year every year. People look forward to it. And I hear complaints from other retailers, but I don't think it's the free books that bring everybody out. We have a pretty good bunch of local artists and creators and craftspeople who come out to our events, and at least twice a year, you'll get to see these people.
Oh yeah, it's 100% the events that bring people out. Free books are nice, but they wouldn't come back if the events were just craziness like they would be.
Exactly.
And I would not be shocked if we don't hear an answer on that in the next 10 days.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I imagine Penguin and Lunar are working up something.
I imagine it's just going to have to wait for people to get to New York City.
Huh, weird.
Yeah. Anyhow, so Tommy, where can people follow Richmond Comics? Where can people follow, and if you can, the other shops that are involved in your event? if you know their social medias and things like that too. If you do, if not, I'll look them up and I'll throw them up on the internet here. But where can people follow Richmond Comics, find out what's going on in the shop, and support you guys?
So we're basically every social media platform we're on in one form or another. We use Instagram a lot. It's Richmond Comics, comics spelled with an X. So we're pretty easy to find because we're everywhere. Alpha Comics and Games, pretty much the same. Stories Comics and Velocity Comics. I feel like Velocity doesn't do a ton of social media, but I think we're all on Instagram. So I feel like that has become the one, the one social media thing everybody feels pretty comfortable still doing. We are still on, we do Facebook, Instagram, and I think that's really about it for us. We do some YouTube stuff in the past. I'm not sure what we're doing there right now. Anyway, we're all over the internet. So yeah, Richmond Comics, Alpha Comics and Games, Stories Comics, and Velocity Comics.
Very cool, man. Thank you for putting so much effort into this day. Like, I don't know if a lot of people are going to say it, but like, I'm super impressed with the event you put together, and I appreciate, even though I can't get down there, all the hard work you put in to bring comics to your community and to help grow comic shops as a third place. So I wanted to say it on behalf of the EXP and on behalf of everybody in the comments. So
well, I really appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Everybody, if you're in the greater Richmond area, head to Richmond Comics, Velocity Comics, Alpha Comics, or Stories Comics, and take advantage of this massive event that Tommy worked so hard putting together. And we will check in with him later on down the road. I'm sure he'll be in the comments somewhere. And, maybe we can get him to use his YouTube channel a little bit more. If only he knew somebody who did that for a living. Anyway, thanks, Tommy.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we'll see you soon, buddy.
All right.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody. We are going to continue on for just a couple of minutes here live from Dreamers and Make Believers. Before we have to do our reset, like we talked about before, you have to reset these platforms every once in a while because social media sucks sometimes. So, but that's all right. If you're out there watching us, we're not denigrating social media. We're glad you're here. But we do have to reset this platform every few hours just to keep the bots happy. So we're gonna check out a couple of videos. You did do better than Torma because your video didn't just turn into you describing comic book stores with no video. That's all I'll say. And just so we can because we've invoked the name Torma, and because he had such a hard time with his video today, we will bring up another one of these Baby Torma pictures. There you go. That's Baby Torma in Third Eye Comics, ironically. So there you go. All right, everybody, we're going to take another look at some of these videos that have been sent to us by some of our great partners here on for Local Comic Shop Day, kind of giving you a chance to see some of the great things that are happening out there in comic books right now. So stay tuned, and in a few minutes we're going to do our refresh, but I'll let you know what to do when that happens. Hang out.
There's a phone call for you on line 1, Mr. Mayor.
Damn it, woman! Can't you see that I'm busy?
Sir, it sounds very important.
How would you know? Can't you just go file something? This is the mayor. Yes, Chief. Calm down, you're hysterical. Zombies? Zombies? Dear God.
Alfred, what is it? There is a call on the red phone, sir.
Hello, superhero headquarters. Batman, look, here's the deal. There's a zombie
this
attack.
is the Tick!
What, the Tick? Who the... Listen, is Batman there?
Batman? Well, no, I haven't seen him all day.
Dude, I'm right here. All right, then. Listen up, the Tick. There's an urgent matter that needs your attention immediately. It seems that there's a zombie attack headed for Asheville right now.
Zombies? Really? Like in The Walking Dead and stuff like that? Weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know, right? I didn't believe it either, but it's true. And at this rate, they'll be in Asheville by sundown.
Well, we must hurry then.
We must hurry indeed. Because...
Hello! Service, please.
The Tick? Hello?
I require alcohol.
What was that all about?
I don't know. Something about Bring me a drink. Batman's cool. He doesn't need anything. Just for me. Alcohol immediately.
Zombies and superheroes alike, there is no need for all this strife. There is a place where we can all get along together. What is this place, you might ask? Why, it is the Asheville Comic Expo. So, let's go!
Where is the tick?
It's time to fight the zombies. But first, nutrition. Let me just eat this soup here that's very good for me and there's no spoon around here. Where's my spoon? No! Spoon!
Thank you, Alfred. You're welcome, Master Wayne.
I knew it!
I don't know what I just watched, but the Asheville Comic Expo, man, they did a whole thing. That was pretty interesting. That was pretty fun. I'm a big Tick fan. That was pretty great. All right, guys, we are live from Dreamers and Make Believers in Baltimore, Maryland for a local comic shop day. Like I said earlier, we got to do a refresh. So I'm going to end the stream right here. And then I want you all to refresh your page like on rapid repeat as many times as you can until the new video goes live in just about 2 minutes time. So stick with us here on the EXP for more local comic shop day live.